Good evening, 6:30 PM, June 1st, 2026. I call the Select Board regular meeting to order. If you are able, please stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. This meeting is being broadcast live on TCTV Cable Station 8 and on YouTube web platform. A recording will be available on TCTV YouTube channel at the conclusion of this meeting. Is anyone else recording this meeting? And at this time, if everyone would please silence your phones. As a reminder, public participation will be limited to citizen input, a maximum of 3 minutes per person, so as to be fair to all. The board does not engage citizens during citizen input, as in the board does not answer questions or discuss anything put forward. This meeting is governed by the Massachusetts Open Meeting Law and the Select Board policy. This time we're doing something a little different than we usually do. This is a Hometown Hero Award and Citizen of the Year Award. It is generally done at has generally been done at town meeting. With this year's budget situation, we had so many meetings. We went kind of late into the year. I expected town meeting to be a little more engaged and more back and forth with questions on the override and so forth. And the board only had two people, with one thing for each Hometown Hero and Citizen of the Year award. So I made the call to not do it at town meeting. Next year, hopefully, we won't be in the last minute budget crunch that we were this year. And we can get back to our normal policy and routine. So at this time, I would announce the Citizen of the Year Award. This was put forth by town employee Jackie Perrine for Michelle and Bob Cody. This is for their work at the town food pantry located at the senior center. At once upon a time, it was operated by town employees. Miss Jackie Perrine used to do it and a few volunteers. And in 2020, the Codys graciously took it over as volunteers to operate it. It is operated out of the town building with some town expense, but the food pantry and its operations and collections and everything is done strictly by volunteers. As Jackie has written, they took it over in 2020. They have also recruited a lot of volunteers to help them out, so there's little cost to the town as far as the actual operation. They have networked with other organizations to bring in more food and the items of that sort that unfortunately in these times is needed. I can say firsthand that I've been down there a couple of times. It looks almost like a grocery store. And again, unfortunately, it's like that. They have a group of volunteers and they're back there organizing and come in and get your boxes or bags, however it goes. And they not only serve a lot of residents, but they work hard on recruiting people and getting food in. And the townspeople may not vote for an override and increase their taxes, but they are very generous when it comes to things like this. And I know new select board member April Culver has done some organizing and gotten food and so forth into the pantry, which just speaks to, again, the generosity of the townspeople. So on behalf of the board, This is a certificate for Citizen of the Year Award. Whereas Bob and Michelle Cody have operated the Templeton Food Pantry since 2020 and recruited many volunteers to help the pantry run smoothly. Bob and Michelle have networked with other organizations to maximize the pantry's efforts. Bob and Michelle Cody, through their leadership, to hundreds of people who have faced food insecurity, have received help and understanding at the food pantry. They organize holiday food boxes to be distributed several times a year to individuals and families in our community. And Bob and Michelle have selflessly provided continuity for the Templeton Food Pantry since 2020, and under their direction, the food pantry has expanded its capacity to serve the community by building strong partnerships with other organizations and coordinating resources more effectively. Their efforts have helped establish a dependable system of support that not only addresses ongoing food needs, but also strengthens outreach during critical times of the year. Through their initiatives, they have ensured that individuals and families in Templeton receive consistent, organized assistance with dignity and care. Therefore, we, the Select Board, join other members of the Templeton community to recognize Bob and Michelle Cody as Templeton's Citizen of the Year. This is signed by members of the Select Board. So, Michelle and Bob, if you have a little something for you. For one of you anyways.
Thank you so much.
And on behalf
Just send it to Joe.
of-
I figured you're good at this.
No. I didn't expect to appreciation.
Can I say something?
You certainly can say.
I can't take any credit for this. I'm just the guy that tags along. And honestly, our whole church that is involved in the whole has been tremendous. But Michelle is actually the one, she's the brains of this whole entire organization. She handles everything. She does it selflessly. And she does such a great job.
Just like at home, mom's wrong.
Yeah.
And I'm humbled, honestly, it's a group effort, it's a team effort, it is not one person, I could not do it by myself, so. I'm humbled.
But you organize and you're the face, so.
Yeah.
You don't, when you're in that position, you get the credit.
Thank
But you pass it around as you do everything else for each of us. So thank you very much. I got one of your resumes. And anything we can do to help you out, this was.
Thank you so much,
You're very, very welcome.
appreciate it.
Thanks. And just in time.
Just in time.
Just in time.
And now for the Hometown Hero Award. Again, nominated by town employee and well-deserved. The proclamation from the board for the Hometown Hero for 2026 goes to Beverly Bartolomeo. She has been a selfless, outstanding contributor to the town of Templeton for over 30 years. Bev has served on several boards, committees, continually steps up to educate and mentor new volunteers, residents, and Beverly Bartolomeo, who even past her retirement, has shown commitment to the town of Templeton by staying involved and advocating for the town and its residents. Beverly's long-standing dedication to the town reflects a deep and enduring love for her community. Over more than 30 years of service, she has consistently given her time and energy to support a variety of boards and committees. Her ongoing involvement demonstrates a strong personal commitment to Templeton's people and its future. Therefore, we, the Select Board, joined with members of the Templeton community to recognize Beverly Bartolomeo as Templeton's 2026 Hometown Hero. I would also point out that Beverly, like some others who do it almost on a regular basis. Beverly does it unorganized. Her and her husband have ran a greenhouse and they grow plants and vegetables and fruits. And she has been known to go around the town hall, departments, to people, to give them plants, tomatoes, fruits, vegetables, whatever they have is extra. And sometimes you try to pay her and she tells you to get lost. She's very generous, and she's done a lot. She served on committees. She just recently finished a term on the advisory committee. She got on it because they needed a member and she went and supported them again. So, for all of that, Bev, you're a hometown hero.
You know, I became involved with the town with my friend Gladys Salem. And I learned a lot from her. I've learned a lot being on boards, dealing with different groups in town. It's so important for everyone to have their say, but we have to work together. We are a town together, whether it's the school, whether it's any department. We have to work together. That's the only way we're gonna make it. We've had financial problems for years. But you know what? There are so many good people in this town. I've lost friends, my God, in the last couple months, more than you could ever imagine. But I make new ones. I believe that. Come here, Bart. My husband's a grower. You know, you don't have money. But I can give some old ladies some tomatoes and they can make soup. They can make pizza. He's the growth. All I do is transplant. But it isn't, it's just. It's trying to contribute. And. The younger people have no clue, but they need to get involved so they'll learn. Because Jeffrey's been down a long, hard road. And he's hung in there. He's the historian in the group. We got the brains, the math man, we got the people that touch other groups in town, and you're all important. And I'm very proud of you, and I know Gladys would be too. I planted flowers at her stone since she died, and it's been over 20 years. Because I don't ever want anyone to forget her. She treated everybody equal. She would take little kids, they'd help her run the food stand at the craft fair. She treated everybody like they were the most special person in the world. I'm never gonna be Gladys, but I am proud to be her friend. And I'm proud to be your friends too. Even we don't have to agree on everything. Nobody ever said that. But we can agree to disagree. And you guys. That partner in crime's back there. You too, Vicky. Thank you very much. This is an honor. We were at UMass again. We just dashed up Route 1, Route 2. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Bev. Thank you.
You give me a
Yeah.
bottle.
Can I have a picture of you, Bob? Come here. He's deaf. He doesn't need hearing aids. Come on. You don't need hearing aids, right? What? Smile. Thank you. I'm not gonna try this.
Actually, you're a compadre back there.
Yes, my friend Ellen, come on in. Ellen's new in town and she's a very intelligent woman. And she's gotten very interested in what's going on. And she tells me, no, I'm not going to. But someday I'll put a corner into getting on it. Okay, we're gonna go home and let the dog out. She's been in too long. Okay, you gotta help me.
The next item on the agenda is approval of prior meeting minutes for April 30th, 2026, and May 11th, 2026. At this time, I would move to approve the meeting minutes of April 30th, 2026 as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any corrections, inputs, or comments on those minutes?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
for the minutes of April 30th, I was in attendance. I don't know why I'm not on the list, but if you read through the minutes, I've quite a few areas I did add comments.
You were late,
I was like,
but you were there. Anything further? Hearing none. On the motion, how would you vote, Mr. Mayor?
yes.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Culver?
Abstain.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett is yes. Next set of meeting minutes is May 11th, 2026. I will move to approve the meeting minutes of May 11th, 2026 as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any comments, questions, corrections?
Nope.
Hearing none. On the motion, how would you vote, Mr. May?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Culver?
Abstain.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett, yes.
Real.
There are no executive session minutes. The next item on the agenda is the reorganization of the board after the election.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. May,
I would nominate Jeff Bennett for chair.
I would second that.
I would like to be also be considered as chair.
is there a second on that?
I don't need a second for Robert's rules.
The rules are second required.
This is no second.
Nominations required, the second, and there's no prescribed order of position for the as an officer.
Is that for the select board? Because Robert's rule says no second is required. What's that?
That's our- That's our policy,
Okay,
which guides our meetings along with the rules. Any further input for Chair? On the motion for Chair, how would you vote for Jeff Bennett for Chair? How would you vote, Mr. May?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
No.
Ms. Culver?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes,
And that motion carries. Mr. Bennett abstains from that vote. For the record.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. May,
I would nominate Tim Toth to be vice chair.
I would like to be renominated. I would like to be vice chair again. I did a good job. I'd like to stay as vice chair if possible.
we have a motion. Is there a second?
What in a second?
Motion and second for Vice Chair Tim Toth.
I'll second that.
Any further nominations?
I nominate myself to be vice chair. I did do a good job.
Is there a second on that motion? Hearing none. On the motion for Tim Chow as Vice Chair, Mr. Bay, how would you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
No.
Ms. Culver?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
I will abstain.
Mr. Bennett is a yes.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. May,
I would nominate April Culver as clerk.
I will second that. Any other motions for clerk? Hearing none. On the motion for Ms. Culver to be the clerk, how would you vote, Mr. May?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Culver?
Abstain.
Mr. Toth?
Yes,
Mr. Bennett is yes. We have some liaison groups for the board. The first one would be for Narragansett Regional School District and Monte Tech. Is anyone interested in taking those? And attending the school committee meetings and so forth.
Mr. Chair, I'll take those if the board is willing.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
sorry, could we pause for one moment? We're experiencing technical difficulties. The recording is still going, but the push to the live channel is not working.
I can give you a couple of minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. It's not actually required, but.
Also. Me too.
All right, we're all set. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you. Okay, to pick up, Mr. Toth has volunteered to be the liaison for the board for Narragansett and Monty Tech. He has previously done that. I had been acting for a few months. Was the board fine with that?
Yes.
Very good. Mr. Toth? You all.
Thank you.
The next is, representative, and this requires, the monthly meetings, MRPC, MPO and MJTC. MRPCO is generally, around 7 p.m. on a Thursday. MPO is generally a Wednesday, 1 to 2-ish. Sometimes it's an hour and a half. It's generally not long. MJTC, has to do with transportation and the tip list and so forth, and it's a monthly meeting. Sometime it goes every couple of months. It's the one that's out of the three that is kind of irregular. They've all done via Zoom, remote, no longer have to go to Leominster or anything, so it's but again, it's daytime stuff. So you have to have the ability to attend those meetings either Thursday evening or generally Wednesdays. Once a month. I have been that rep for the liaison for the board for several years. I can continue doing it if no one else is interested.
Just wondering about my availability coming in.
I mean, I have no problem doing it. If, listen,
Yeah. I would nominate Mr. Bennett.
I'll second that.
all right. Now, we have had, and it's still, the bylaw is, the current bylaw for capital improvement committee states that there's a member of the select board, but there is a bylaw change pending. To decide whether or not, one bylaw was be that the board does not serve on any other appointed town committees, boards, commissions. And that would have an effect on the capital improvement committee. We have to wait till the decision, till the bylaw changes are reviewed by the Attorney General's office. The current, capital improvement committee bylaw says we have until September 15th for those members to meet, so we have technically till August before we have to. If for some reason the Attorney General denies the bylaw change, we have until August to put that on. So we could wait on this, there's no sense put somebody on there and then let them leave if it's passed. The other one is, the TDC is the Templeton Development Center Reuse Committee. This came about when they were closing that and we put together a committee. I looked up, my town government, the last time that they had met was back in 2015. Even as we appointed someone, previous year, in, about 26 foot, 25. But they haven't met, and with the state's recent, they bid out 5 acres of TDC at Templeton and in Phillipston. And to the best of my knowledge, they didn't call up and say, hey, Templeton, you mind if we do this? DCAM and the governor, they're just, it's state land, they're gonna do what they wish, so it's kind of moot, and they haven't met. 2000, so, and I don't think there's been any movement, even when they met, there was not much. The town years ago discontinued Great Shed Road that goes through the compound as a town road, so it's all left up to the state. So. Unless members of the board, somebody wants to volunteer to try to, I don't know, just to sit on it, it's kind of, I mean, we've had members appointed for it, because nobody took any initiative to meet, and I don't think there was anything to meet about it. And again, the state, they auctioned off, Gateway sold 5 acres in Templeton and for another 5 in the Phillipston. And the Municipal Empowerment Act is, if it passes out of the law, and there is towns, communities with state surplus land to give them expedited permitting, which means we're building what we want, we're doing what we want, and we don't care about the towns. But it's not takeaway from that, so. Welcome. So that completes the reorganization of the board. Next item is citizen input. Do we have anyone for citizen input this evening? Anyone else? Please come up to the table and state your name for the record, please.
Ken McClure, Bridge Street. I am speaking solely as a resident. I first want to say that I appreciate anyone who volunteers their time for a town or government board. I am placing the following comments on public record regarding what I believe to be a pattern of inconsistent and unequal treatment within town government. At this point, I believe it has become impossible to ignore that there is a clear ongoing double standard and personal bias within the town government. And I think the record over the past several months speaks for itself. I fully believe Parks and Rec was intentionally targeted in the FY27 budget process, not because of finances, but because of personal dislike towards myself or my family. The clearest example of that is Parks and Rec was the only department left with a $0 budget at the end of the process. That only changed after May 4th meeting, which I personally attended and spoke at, when there was told there was a $13K left over with a 0 override budget. I don't understand why that didn't go to Parks and Rec. Weeks before the final budget numbers were released, Mr. Bennett, an elected official, publicly stated online that Parks and Rec would have to work with volunteers. That statement, in my opinion, showed me exactly where this was headed before the process was even complete. As town meeting approached, I spoke up online about concerns I had, including meeting minutes not being posted before town meetings. I was then contacted by the TA's assistant regarding a Facebook comment I made about that issue. A comment that was factual and not disrespectful in any way. I question why that warranted a phone call, especially given that as of right now, those meetings are still not available or approved. Meanwhile, there has been no comparable concern raised when members of this board made far more serious public comments, including personal attacks, comments about former TAs and their families, police and fire unions, commentary about excise and sewer bills, vague accusations about my own past, hearsay, and even public reference to my deceased father. That is where the double standard becomes impossible to ignore. Even if it's only mainly one individual making these claims, the lack of corrections from other board members perceives this as appropriate behavior. Let me be clear, it is not. And given the reappointment that just happened, I think people should be even more concerned. I also want to note concerns that have been raised by volunteers and paid employees regarding what they are starting to perceive as hostile work environment, given that individuals on this board will put people on blast on social media anytime someone speaks out against, but seem to have no time to answer actual questions from actual residents. There are records and prior complaints within the town related to these concerns, including concerns involving members of the select board, both current and former. I believe those issues also deserve to be acknowledged and addressed as part of the broader conversation about conduct and accountability. And I want to be clear about something. I am not speaking through social media posts, hearsay, or indirect comments. I am sitting here on public Reddit saying this directly, openly, and in person. Do not bring up my deceased father or any of my family members, dead or alive. And if you choose to say so, say it to my face now. Because from where I stand, the rules aren't being applied equally. This same board sat in silence while sitting members of multiple town board publicly attacked a select board member and their family in a public meeting. No outrage, no intervention, no accountability. Yet, when I raised concerns for town meeting amendment about the concentration of influence within town government, particularly where board relationships and family connections overlap, I was treated as if I was the problem for raising it. That raises a serious question about whether the influence relationship inside town government are shaping how decisions are being made and how people are being treated. This is no longer just about budgets. It is about fairness, accountability, and whether personal relationships or personal grievances are influence decisions that should be based on what is best for this town. Public office is not supposed to be used as a weapon against people you disagree with, and residents deserve to know when the standards are being applied unevenly. I've been consistent, I've tried to stay factual, and I have to continue to speak up because I believe these patterns and issues matter. At some point, the absence of accountability is the answer. People are watching and they understand what inconsistency looks like. Thank you for your time.
Anything else for citizen input? Town administrator comments?
Mr. Chair, so just a few quick things. Just wanted to brief the board about Depot Dam culvert header collapse. Friday, May 15th, the state was out doing an inspection of Depot Dam ahead of planned work they were going to do on the following Monday to remedy a beaver dam that was blocking the outflow pipe. Unfortunately, upon arrival, it was noted that the beaver dam had partially blown through the dam, which caused a surge of water downstream and a partial header collapse where the water exits Depot Dam into Otter River. Rich Curtis and Scott Kendall responded to the scene, and shortly thereafter, a partial collapse turned into a larger collapse. They phoned myself and conservation and were given permission on an emergency basis to stabilize the header and fix any damage to the outflow pipe. They did so over the next few days. On Tuesday, I went to look at the pond and the outflow culvert. They were almost done fixing the header at that time. A new pipe had been pushed into place at the end of the culvert to give it a more structure and support. And the state did a nice job of removing the beaver dam and placing this cage-like structure in front of the dam to prevent future dam blockage. And I just want to really reiterate my appreciation for Rich Curtis, Scott Kendall, and Jess Case, the work they did on this sudden emergency. As the board knows, I think it was that same weekend, some water got into the library's basement. We have a sump pump there that goes 24/7. It had stopped working over the weekend. A little water got in. It caused pieces of lumber that an electrician who was using the wood for a new panel. We were lucky that the wood was not ruined. They were able to dry it out. Our plumber came and looked at the pump. The pump seems to be working fine. Does not appear to be any sort of electrical issue that caused the pump to fail. It probably just stopped for a while because it runs 24/7 and it's probably getting a little old, but it's working fine now. Also want to update the board on a grant that we got recently. This is on the River Dam related grant, just case our conservation agent was able to obtain a grant for the purposes of performing site reconnaissance, project scoping, and development of a technical memorandum and starter kit to guide the early stages of the project for possible dam removal. This grant is provided by the state through the Mass Rivers Alliance, who have chosen Perry Corp to do the actual work. Once we have these documents in hand, this will open up a number of grant opportunities for engineering studies and the actual removal of the dam if the town so chooses to move forward with a project like that. Removing the dam would allow the area to return to its natural state while also continuing to provide for passive recreation in the area. The kickoff meeting was held on site on Thursday, May 29th, where we met with Perry Corp and Mass River Alliance, along with several town board and committee members. Perry Corp spoke about the area and we did a tour of the dam. I want to give another thank you to Jess Case. She put this grant together and she obtained it, so thank you, Jess. And I just wanted to inform the board, the solicitation for a real estate salesperson, so a realtor, in other words, has been posted on the website to sell foreclosed properties for the town. I called a number of real estate companies in the Leominster area because I can't use people in Templeton by law, and they all seem interested. The bid closes at the end of the month, and once we get a real estate agent on board, we can start getting rid of some foreclosed properties that we have and are coming down the line. And so that is my report for tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Next item under new business. No new employees
Correct,
and no appointments to be made.
correct.
Next up will be the third quarter report for development services.
That's all.
I'll read that at the end.
Okay. Hello. You just want me to go through and give highlights? I'm sure you don't want me to read the report word for word. Okay. Just a few things. It's business as usual for the most part. Under the director overseeing the Board of Appeals, Planning, Agricultural, and putting together reports for the second quarter report. Project oversight and enforcement, we worked with Eric Baker and did a code red notice for practice for food recall. It didn't go exactly as planned. It did go. It raised more questions than gave warnings at that time, but we worked out the bugs. So the next time we have to get something out there, it'll be a better product. We continue to work on the MS4 annual reporting, which is through the EPA for our keeping streams, rivers, ponds, things like that clean. We have been working with Boston O'Neill, the DPW director, and we created a stormwater bylaw that was or made EPA happy. It was pretty standard. Regular with the administrative work, we're still working with the School Street affordable housing project over there. We continue to work with and collect on things like insurance claims, back taxes, and utilities through permitting. I'm pretty sure you all know this. So the building commissioner retired from Berlin and he had to take a 2-week no work, no pay, no nothing in order to meet the requirements of his retirement. He is back on the job. Communicable disease through March 30th. There were 163 molecular tests for COVID-19 with 25 positive results. We had no other cases reported to us, no measles, no Mpox, or anything else at that point. During Q3 of 2026, we had several complaints that we followed up on. We're still working on one on Pale Factory Road. There was a supposed tiny house dropped on Baldwinville Road. It wasn't, it was a shed that was less than 200 square feet. Housing and safety. We closed out a complaint file for 13 Henshaw. All the work was permitted. There was nothing to follow up there. We continue to work with Peaceful Pines on their camp status. Septic system's pretty much the same. It's just different addresses. And when something is not in a passing state, we immediately go to the next step, perk testing, things like that. Everybody did pretty good that quarter. Food establishments, we continue to do inspections. We answer questions. Dunkin' Donuts had an event where a truck hit the corner of the building where the gas line was located. All of that was corrected by professionals and inspected, and they were able to reopen the next day. We did have 2 well permits that were issued. Those were both fine. I attended training for pools, beaches, and toxicology, and we processed permit renewals for food, septic haulers, septic installers, tobacco, nicotine, and assisted updating a draft of the animal bylaw, which is on hold. As always, we did the testing for our satellite phone, which is state-run. Conservation. We continued to be in a significant drought. We were level 3, which was critical. The Millers River Basin improved to a level 2. And Central Region was elevated to a level 3 in March. There were a total of 4 site visits for conservation. It looked like everything was normal. Order of conditions, there were 3 issued. There was an extension granted to 50 Brooks Village Road for the gravel removal operation. Requests for determinations were 2. Minor modification requests for Baldwinville Elementary School apartments, which had to do with taking down the property, the house that was there. That turned out not to be solid. Conservation restriction review of Swift River Retrievers property at Old Pale Factory Road was supported. Forest cutting plans were reviewed for Lord Road and Otter River Sportsman's Club. Agent participated in continuing education. And she is most proud of her submission for the Dam Busters Technical Assistance Program, which you heard about from the town administrator. Community preservation. The CPC submitted 5 warrants for payment and held 4 meetings. There was an opportunity for Templeton residents, boards, and officials to share ideas and priorities related to open space, recreation, community housing, and historic preservation, and to learn Community Preservation Act funds can help address these needs in our community. 2 CPC projects and the annual appropriations article were discussed and supported. Funding of the community preservation accounts was $410,000. CPA funding for Heroes Park project was $330 undesignated, and CPA funding for open space and recreation plan was $32,000. Progress continued on multiple projects with CPA funding, including work beginning on the kitchen renovations at the Grange Hall, closing out their drapes restoration project and returning the balance of $705.29 to the reserves. Q3 Mass Department of Revenue projected a 15.5% base match for the November 2026 first round CPA trust fund distribution. Planning board. During the third quarter, it was a light schedule. The meetings were canceled due to lack of agenda items at that time. Unfortunately, as you all know, we did lose Frank Machete. ZBA, One Creek Road, the board heard a variance request submitted to reduce the frontage requirement from 30 to 15 for the placement of a semi-permanent storage shed. That was approved. 11 3rd Street, the board heard a variance request for reduction of frontage requirement from 30 to 7 feet for construction of the garage. It was in line with the existing house already there. That was approved. Agricultural Commission. They discussed the community garden at the senior center, animal issues, farmers market, crops and harvests. They continue to meet. The building department had 34 permits that were issued. Building permit values amounted to $1,549,128 with associated fees of $16,394. There were 12 occupancy certificates issued for new homes, ADUs, finished basements, and other renovations. There were 11 certificates of completion issued, and that's for miscellaneous repairs and improvements. 36 electrical permits were issued, and fees totaling $23,600. 18 residential plumbing permits were issued with fees totaling $3,500. 8 residential and 1 gas fitting permit issued totaling $1,300. And it is expected that permitting and inspections will increase in Q4 as spring and summer are popular times for construction. And that was kind of fast, but
Anyone have any questions for Lou?
I have a couple questions.
go ahead.
So a few things hit me, in your report. You talked about, having, them doing a test on, lines for the phone test.
Mhm.
And you talked about satellite. How is that like, versus a landline in an emergency? I always thought that a landline would be a better one to be connected to in an emergency versus a satellite, because during the ice storms, we lost satellites in many of the areas of the town. But the landline I had at my house, I could only make a phone call and my neighbors couldn't.
And honestly, the technical aspect of it is, for me, the satellite phones in an emergency, if everything goes down, that's our best option. And it's through the state. We test it monthly. I actually go outside, go to different locations, bring the phone with me and test it. It has worked every single time. So I'm not sure what happened back in the ice storm. I'm not sure we even had a satellite phone at that time. But so far the phone works.
But that's on a different thing on when the phones went down in town hall. That's a different, you have it on a different system.
It's its own system.
Okay.
It's specifically only attached to pick up through the satellites.
And it's on a higher one.
Yep.
Versus, the ones that some people at their home might get.
Oh, yeah, no, this
Yeah.
is.
Cause I've had the
expensive piece of equipment.
Viasat, and I've had a couple of different companies. Now I'm on Starlink, which is a better product.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure,
Nope.
because when we had the ice storm, it caught my attention. And well, you had, there was something else that I can't think of what it was. Oh, you said you had been working on the animal control, regulations or something.
Mhm. At one point, we were trying to make it a broader there's certain things that are dog specific. But dogs are not the only nuisance animals.
Right.
So we were trying to broaden it a little bit because we have no teeth when it comes to a real nuisance issue. So,
Is that something you're still working on, possibly in the fall or something?
yes.
Yeah, and then, it said you provided a copy of the current, signed bylaw, is that the signed bylaw, the one for the commons and things like
Yes.
that? Okay,
Somebody wanted a billboard.
somebody wanted a billboard, and, okay, that's different.
It wasn't.
And then you had, also referenced some, forest cutting, forest cutting plans.
So forest cutting plans come through the state. It's where people get actually permitted to be able to remove large amount of trees from properties.
Yeah.
They get reviewed by conservation. If there's any questions, just contacts the state and discusses it with them. And if there's any problems, we get called out.
Okay,
So,
I think those are the only ones that you didn't cover that I just was wondering about. Thank you.
welcome.
Any other questions for Lily?
Thank you.
Sweet.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, Lori.
Next up is the third quarter report for the police department. Good evening.
Okay, so third quarter FY 26, very difficult time as a department head for the town of Templeton related to budget discussions and decisions. As we found out, the residents of the town of Templeton have rejected the Proposition 2.5 override, which have dire consequences to the service provided to the town. This is truly a very difficult time for our town. The station. We still experience some issues with the HVAC system, but overall it's functioning properly. That's what happens when you do state bid, low bid. Stairs, treads on the back staircase are starting to show wear and tear, and they will need to be replaced in the future. Our IT individual has been working diligently to make modifications to our IT room to alleviate overheating and crowding issues. Cruiser fleet. Cruiser 23 came back from the auto body shop. However, we still are waiting for the push bar to be delivered and installed. It is unfortunate that the town has decided not to keep with the current cruiser replacement program that has shown its worth and proven to be effective in keeping cruiser maintenance costs down. However, we will explore other options to continue the program. Department news. At the beginning of May, I was fortunate to be selected as one of only a handful of chiefs to attend the Active Attack Incident Management 16-hour certified alert course hosted by EOPS. This course was the advanced course for active shooter incident management. These two courses, along with the Active Attack Integrated Response, or known as AIR, are three courses provided by EOPS and MPTC as part of the new response to an active shooter incident. Before we get on to the last section, you slip to the next page, you have department activity. You will see the breakdown for third quarter. Any questions on the breakdown?
I have questions.
Yes,
I sent you an email in
You did.
regards to this.
yes,
So I'm looking at, I see your service calls for the third quarter at 3,566
yes.
service calls. Are those officer initiated calls included in those service calls where they're calling in, telling you that they're gonna go check on a business, daily? That's
would
what I
have
see
to
in your
double
weekly
check that.
reports.
I would have to double check that. I believe that's actual calls into the dispatch center, but I'll double check that for you.
Okay. Because if that were the case, I said, you're probably doing, 5 a day. Divided by the 90 days in the quarter, which would be about 1,800 calls instead of 3,500, so, it makes a big difference.
Yep.
So I was just looking for accurate numbers there. And then are there like particular shifts that you see more calls coming in, or is like day shifts, night shifts, like,
It depends. I can't, we've discussed that many times. You never know when something's gonna happen. Generally, the midnight shift is probably the least active. Only because of nature. People are usually sleeping. That's what you're hoping, that the midnight shift is more laid back. But we never know when it's gonna happen. You never know what's gonna happen. It could be 6 o'clock in the morning because of travel, commuting to work. It could be 6 o'clock at night, same reason, traveling. It could be a storm comes in at night and then it's busy. You never know when something's gonna happen.
yeah, and I did ask you for a copy of your scheduling to see how your officers are divided up throughout the day. My reasoning for that is I was wondering, are you doing shift bidding still? Or is that a practice of yours?
That's a union contract, yes.
That is, okay,
Yeah, that can be found on the webpage. Just download their contract. It will have all the information you need.
okay, so we could have two sergeants and you on during the day shift
It's a
because
possibility.
of shift bidding? Okay. I'm just trying to figure things out.
Yep.
Excuse my not
Absolutely.
knowing. And then the department calls, like how many calls were actually requesting an officer? Dispatch calls. That was the other thing, like, were people just calling to inquire on something, did you know about something? Were the actual officers actually called out to the scene, you know, those types of things. I'm gonna be honest with you, your weekly report does nothing for me.
So
In
do you read
regards
it?
to your activity, yeah,
Do you open it up and actually
I
look
do.
at it? And know that there were 351 calls last week, that it breaks down every single call that the officers go on. That it starts with building checks and it goes throughout the entire day and lists everything the officers do the entire day.
yeah, okay. I'm just
Um,
trying to get
The
a feel
information's,
for,
I'm just saying, the information's there. You just gotta take some time to look at it.
I just think that the presentation could be a little more condensed.
So if that's the way the board would like to go, this changes it all the time. What you're seeing now is what was presented to me to present to the board. I didn't make this up. This is what I was told to present to the board. If the board requests other information, by all means, we can provide that. We can break down crime status reports for each time period, each quarter. I don't recommend doing it weekly because it's like 10 pages long. And why duplicate the information that on a weekly that I have to present at the quarterly, that also goes into the annual? Makes no sense. I have no problem doing that on a quarterly basis, so you can see what's broken down. Some of the information on, I mean, we are in the era of entitlement. Unfortunately, the public is not entitled to all information. That's just the plain simple fact. So, having said that, I have no problem breaking it down if the board wishes to do that in the future for the quarterly reports, giving some more information on crime status reports. Basically, that's gonna give you more of incident specific, not detail specific. Few example, forcible fondling, aggravated assault, simple assault, intimidation, burglary, shoplifting, that would be something that would be in that kind of report that I can provide on a quarterly basis. Okay,
I sent you an email with an example. I just didn't receive a response, so I was kind of,
so I was waiting. I saw you also emailed the board that an individual board member doesn't request. A board member goes through the board, makes a request to the chair, that makes a request down. I have no problem doing it if that's the way the board wants to go.
So I have a,
Yes,
I just have a question
Yes.
on the reporting, and this is from, Westminster. I don't know if you've seen it or not. They do it, it's, from what I see, is bi-weekly. And it's
I saw came up on Facebook.
Well, this is actually on the police
Yeah,
department
I
website.
saw it.
It's
Uh,
fancy.
Mr. Bennett, how they do that, the new chief over there came from Fitchburg. You're talking a department has many personnel that have jobs that are specific for doing this kind of thing. I don't even know where to start to make that kind of a report. I don't have that access in our station to do that.
Well, I was just asking because it's, and I know probably time consuming to come up with, but it's just an interesting approach that, because it seems to be more, resident friendly, letting the public know, you know, maybe, like, this is something that would be, like a quarterly report type of thing.
We can look into that. I can reach out to Chief Matt LeMay, and they have different software than we do. Not
Yes.
everyone runs on the same CAD or RMS system. Ours, I don't know if we can produce something like that.
But I saw that and again, I'm thinking it seems to be like user friendly
Yep.
or a more public relations thing,
I
actually.
Don't disagree with you. It's
Uh,
very nice. I
And I know,
can't do it. I don't have the tech savvy to do
right,
something
the
like
town
that.
has access to funds from the landfill thing, right, they're like extra
Yeah.
2 million a year, but I know they have the money and stuff to do it, but I was just wondering if that was, maybe not a bi-weekly thing, but
I could probably, if it's possible, we could probably work on doing that for the quarterly.
something like you said,
So-
it's more than, just numbers, you
Yep.
know, reporting, as far as the residents seeing it, they see what the police department actually does, because outside of budget, things, you just read up on law enforcement in general, from what I've seen and articles I've read and stuff, it's getting harder to recruit, because guys don't want to go into that for a lot of different reasons,
A lot of.
and, the new rigs and all, you know, all of that
Mhm.
stuff. So, just my question to you, if we could do that. On, another issue. Yeah, just a question to you,
Yes.
if you can answer it or
Yeah.
not. In looking at a few area towns, as far as the size of the forces.
Yeah.
I looked at, the town of Ashburnham. And they have a chief, an admin assistant, and 16 officers. For a police budget of $2,087,000. And the dispatch of 4 full-time and 4 part-time. Is 357,516, and then I look at the Templeton budget and I broke it down as best I could. The police and dispatch, I kind of use percentages because there's 10 officers and 5 dispatchers and some per diems, but as best I could tell for you and 10 officers, it's $1,563,751. And during the budget discussion, I remember, the number that you gave for probably the cost per officer was around
Yes.
122,000, everything included, I would think.
Town side and,
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
so, times, 6, that's 732,000. So to have the same size police force as they do would be $2,295,750. I'm just wondering, why does Templeton pay so much? I tend to think it's on the benefit side, but why does Templeton pay so much for half a dozen, fewer officers, it seems?
I would have to look at their numbers, because if you take their contracts, you take pretty much any department's contracts in the area, they're all pretty even. The last contract that you just awarded the unions just had them parallel with everybody else. They're not up here, they're not down here. They're even with everybody
They're
else.
so much in the middle.
I don't know how they're breaking it down. I don't know how he budgets, because some chiefs budget on what is called. It's not true budgets. When you look at my budget, it's a true budget. It's every number that comes out of the contract. I don't sit there and I say, well, the average worker takes 3 sick days in a year. Some chiefs were taught that way. Okay, some chiefs were taught that you take an estimate of what's gonna come out during the year. Our budget's a true budget. It's every number that's in the contract. And then it's broken down. You come up with your overtime number, because you take every officer's overtime rate, you add that up, you divide it by the number of officers, and that gives you the average overtime rate. Because you can't go off the low guy and you can't go off the high guy. That's not a true number. And then you use every single number that's in that contract.
Well, I'm just looking at the budget and it seems like, Templeton was paying more for less, and I'm not done looking at it, but it's in this time of budget stuff and everything. And I know there was talk, it was a couple of years ago, I think it was in 2024, your department specific. If you hired, I think the number was 3 used, but if you took and hired officers, you could use part of the overtime and the vacation stuff backfills to go towards their salaries, because if you have more personnel, you could reduce the overtime in theory.
You could, in theory.
And that
Yes.
would go to, I think the number was about half of the cost for the number of officers they were talking about. But again, it stuck out that they have 6 more officers and their budget isn't that much larger than Templeton's is paying, more for less, it seemed. And I gotta find this out, because I just like to know what it is. If anything else, just to explain to the residents, this is the cost of things in Lockett. But that was my one question for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just have another question,
Yes.
just for clarification
Yep.
purposes. So going forward, if you get if I'm going to send an email or request something, you would rather it go through Jeff directly to you opposed to just from me to you?
No, it's kind of like for the individuals that have been in the service, it's a chain of command.
Okay,
Okay? And usually what happens is a board member just can't make a decision.
I wasn't making any decisions, I was requesting information.
A board member usually goes through the board and asks the board to go in a direction. And then it goes down to the town administrator who relays that to me. That's the way it's always been. If that's the way the board is changing things, that's the way it started with Carter Terenzini, that's the way it was under Adam.
Good, Mr. Chair, can I get a comment?
Yes.
So April, one of your emails was about, I think the quarterly report or it was about this information right here. And so I think when I read this and I'm listening to you, I think what he's trying to say is, it sounded like you may have been requesting a change to how like the quarterly or the weekly is done, whether that's true or not. And so I think what the chief is saying, if the board wants a change to the information that's being presented, then the board will just have to discuss it.
No, we just have the union putting out a lot of information on their Facebook page. So I was looking to gather information so that I could educate myself in regards to the way that things are done within your department. So I requested that information for myself so that I could be knowledgeable in regards to how you guys do your shift scheduling. Because I wanted to know if you were shift bidding, and things of that sort. And thank you for directing me towards the contracts. I'll go and pull those and I'll review that. But in regards to the other information, again, your union is putting out a lot of information. I'm looking at it. I am talking with state reps in regards to stuff. So I wanted to have the information in front of me so that I could approach them in regards to it and educate myself at the same time. So I just thought I would go directly to the source.
You are more than welcome to anytime come to my office and sit down. I will go over anything you want. So.
One question, is related to what's been talked about here. But, and we've talked about this in the past, Chief.
Yes,
The weekly report, basically.
the week of what?
The weekly report
Yes,
that you put out.
yes.
I did go through it and I did look at it, and the numbers that I pulled off it, I had, 221 calls was in last week's. 221 calls were listed on the 16-page report. And out of those, I had 51 that weren't initiated by an officer.
Okay,
So I'm just wondering, that's quite a discrepancy in calls. You know what I'm saying? It's basically a quarter are not coming from initiated by the officer, like going by Cumberland and so forth. If I'm making any sense to you.
so. Well, the only ones initiated by officer are motor vehicle stops or building checks, property checks.
That's what I'm
Okay.
talking about, the property checks.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of property checks.
Yep.
And except for 2 days, Sunday and Monday, they were absolutely not. Listed on the report. What I'm just saying is just, and those come in as calls and those are reported as calls over on your sheet. Those initiated calls, property checks are listed as calls. And I think just they give the wrong impression, or I wouldn't say wrong, but an impression that doesn't answer my questions as to how many actual calls are coming in from citizens. Or, and how many, let's say, uninitiated by the officer instances there are up there. Because there's a big discrepancy. I mean, just going through, Thursday, there was 46 listed calls, 8 of them were non-initiated, like non-property checks.
Okay.
Friday, 43 listed calls, 7 of them were non-property checks, not non-property checks. Saturday was 48 and 10 were non-property checks. So when I look at this and I see 3,566 calls, it seems like we're really getting about 750 calls potentially in a quarter that are not property checks.
Okay,
That makes sense?
Yeah. I can
Okay.
look
I
at that
just-
better.
I was just thinking that gives me a better understanding of busy. The actual demand on officers.
Yeah.
And I just think in the future, that would be something that we could, that would be nice to have
Okay.
as a, listing.
And then you also, I understand where you're coming from, but you also, I would hope that you appreciate that the officers are out there on the midnight shift checking on all our properties.
I'm,
So they're out and about doing their job. They're not,
well, I understand they're doing their job. I'm not saying they're not doing their job. But I'm just saying that that's not a, let's say, emergency call.
Yeah.
So it's a different impression.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying that it gives.
I get it.
Because, they're out driving around, looking around, but I never see my house on there that they check, to make sure it's safe.
They drive
I'm
up and
just-
down.
You know what I mean?
It sounds like there's 2 action items. It sounds like the board may want the weekly report clarified a little better to separate the differences between building checks and calls. And the chief's also gonna look into this line here that says police calls for service as 3,000, confirm if the building checks are in that number or if the way it's being generated is
Well,
more.
the building checks are they're looking right now as a dispatched call. Because they're calling in, telling you that they're doing a building check, and they're also a service call. So you've got call-ins for checking on businesses. So you've got the public thinking that you responded to 3,500 calls when not 80% of those were building checks.
Well, if they,
I just think we need a clearer picture of that in regards to that.
okay,
So he's gonna check, he's gonna check to see if that report is filling out this number. He's not sure about that. So we'll clarify that for the board.
yeah,
Okay.
I can clarify that. So let's get into the last paragraph. What's next following the failed proposition 2.5 Schedule change effective July 1st, 2026. On July 1st of 2026, there will be no midnight shift. Officers will go off duty at 11 o'clock at night. They will work from 7 o'clock in the morning till 11 o'clock at night. We cannot man the midnight shift. I explained that numerous times. I explained that at my last quarterly, and I explained that during the budget hearing. We do not have the personnel. I made a statement way back in 2004, in 2010, we finally got back or got to 10 officers per, or 2 officers per shift. And we cannot short other shifts so that there's only 1 officer out on duty. Cause then it's not just the midnight shift, then it's the 3 to 11 shift also, and I won't do that. So effective July 1st, there will be no coverage after 11 o'clock.
But this is where my question in regards to the shift getting into play. So so during the day, you could have 2 sergeants on and a chief on, but because of the shift bidding, you can't divide those up, like per their contract to,
Per their contract,
okay.
and lowest guy goes first.
And that's why we lose the midnight to 11 because that, or the
So how many
11 to 7
officers do you
because
have
that's
on
where
during the
they.
day? During the day?
Generally?
Yeah.
3. Having said that, I'm gonna recommend to the board that all liquor establishments close at 10 o'clock. We're not gonna have the personnel to answer calls after 11. We can't have bars closing and nobody on duty. Also, I've been in close contact with the Massachusetts State Police, Athol Barracks. They have, I spoke to the lieutenant and I also spoke to the sergeant in charge. That once we go down to this, they will only answer emergency calls. There is also Irving has gone dark after they have like no police department right now. You're looking at, if we have emergency calls, you're looking at anywhere from 30 to 40-minute response time from the state police. They have 2 troopers on duty covering 500 square miles. If this becomes a prolonged issue and the lieutenant has to make a report to the major will take his findings up to EOPS, and then EOPS will make a decision with the state and they will come out to the town. It's a very difficult time.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult time for, as I stated, for a department head, because having the best interests of the town and the best interests of my officers, these are tough decisions. Any other questions?
I would have one,
Yes.
and I know it's in the contract right now. But what's the possibility of, let's say, reworking the contract or talking to them about changing the schedule? Because I was playing around with this over the past week, and there's a few different scenarios that you can pull up in that 9 offices can do two pers for 24/7. And I know the contract doesn't allow that right now.
Mhm.
But that is a solution to this problem, or somewhat of a solution. You know, that nobody is in favor of this situation. I can say that, I think, pretty much across the board, for the entire town. Because it's not just your department, as you know, that's being affected, without the override. But I think, you know, now's when we have to look outside the box. We can't just say we're hamstrung. We have to say, okay, how do we get unhamstrung? You know,
That would be impact bargaining you would have to engage the union. Ask them to come into negotiations, ask them to consider it. As we all know, it takes two sides to bargain.
Yeah.
So if one side's not willing,
Doesn't happen.
it doesn't happen.
And also make a couple comments. So, Mr. May, you mentioned 9, right? And we gone down to 8,
Yeah,
July 1, so that throws up the
I
numbers.
was including the chief.
Do you want him on patrol?
it says it in his contract,
All right.
unless
And
otherwise.
then another part of the, chief, correct me if I'm wrong, but part of the reason we have 3 officers on during the day is because we have a school resource officer in the school most of the time, right?
That is correct.
Right, so that's being paid for by the school. So if we were to take that officer out of the school, then we're gonna lose all that money. So we wouldn't have that 3rd officer on.
So we have you on typically during the day, the school resource officer on during the day.
And
And
one other.
one
officer.
other officer.
And the school resource officer is also the court officer. Because we are understaffed.
And he does get pulled away from the school fairly often, and the school
Yeah.
has been very relaxed about that. And so obviously if we were to take him away any further, then
And the grant funds are paying his position.
There's no grant funds.
There's no grant funds for a school
The school,
resource officer.
pays us for
The
it.
school pays us.
And if I might, just to be clear, the school doesn't pay for the total cost of the officer either.
Pays for just the salary. That's correct. Just the
Yeah.
salary while he's at the school.
Yeah, I was just wanted to throw that out there. So that I'll,
But so in other words, he's at the school, they're paying for it, and they've been very okay with him leaving to go on calls. So they are paying part of the salary for him to work for us.
yeah, they pay like 60,000 a year, I think.
Right.
That's kind of why I was asking for the schedule. So I could see what was going on in regards to scheduling.
So we currently have 9 officers, 3 shifts a day. Obviously, they get time off and whatnot, so he can provide you a schedule, but you'll see how there's an issue with, reducing hours.
Oh, I'm not saying there isn't, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to look at the whole picture.
Any other questions? Anything else for the chief? Right now? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is third quarter report from fire and EMS.
Evening, everybody.
Evening, Chief.
Third quarter for the fire department. We had a total of 354 calls. 96 of those were mutual aid calls, 66 where we gave mutual aid and 30 where we received mutual aid. During the third quarter, we had 42 residential and commercial inspections. We had open burning season was started in the third quarter. And during the third quarter, we had 221 active permits, which 149 permitted fires that were called in during that time. And down below is a breakdown of our calls during that quarters. Anyone has any questions on them?
Thank you. Do these, all right, so building fires. You have 5 there. Did we have 5 buildings on fire in town? I'm just trying to get.
So if we are going out of town or the call was in town, it's categorized however the call was. So if we go help guide during a building fire, that's counted toward here.
Okay, so mutual aid is included in your calls?
Yep.
Okay, and then 292 EMS. Were all of those transports?
No,
No. Okay, and how many of those would you say that Woods came and transported?
can't answer that off the top of my head. I can try to do better breakdowns, and break that down into the reports in the future.
Okay.
But right now, I don't have that. And I mean, so you can look and see we had 30 mutual aid calls that we received mutual aid.
Yep.
Not all of that is EMS driven, but some of it is. And those would be included, so like if Woods or Winchington or somebody transported a patient for us, that would be in that number there, so.
I was kind of looking to see how many times you had a call for mutual aid, or is it more or less you responding to mutual aid?
Well, that's the breakdown, so of the 96 mutual aid calls, 66 we gave mutual aid, and
Okay.
30 we received mutual aid.
And
But
then,
that's ambulance and fire combined.
okay, thank you. And then, law enforcement assistance too. Can you explain that to me a little more? Because I was under the impression that law enforcement were supposed to, respond to all calls.
Law enforcement assistant is when they call for our help for something. It could be a well-being check, it could be a lockout, just something that they need assistance for that typically wouldn't have gone out before. That's
So
all.
it's them calling you.
Yes.
Okay.
That's them calling us for a call that we wouldn't normally do together, you know, like a motor vehicle accident, something like that, that we're both going. It's just something that they started out with, then they need assistance from us with it.
Now, the police department, they do respond to your calls.
They don't respond to all calls, but they do respond to calls, yes.
Susie.
Yes.
Chief, on the 221 active permits, 149 permitted fires called in, does that include when people go in, log on to the computer? Or is that just physically picking up the phone, calling dispatch?
So you don't call dispatch anymore, they call the computer line.
Yeah,
If they call in and say they're gonna burn and don't burn, it's still logged in the system as a fire.
thank you, Phil.
Question on the EMS calls. They're 292 shown. Do you have a breakdown of how many Templeton transported versus they may not have transported for any number of reasons?
So I don't, like I had said to Drew, to April, I don't have it broken down here, but I can break that down. A little
Because
bit.
I know when you don't transport, the cost is split, the transport, the billing goes to the transporting.
So if there is no transport, there is no billing. If somebody comes in because we can't transport, so Woods, Winchington, Gardner, whoever, they get the transport. If we transport, like say we only have the BLS providers and we need ALS and they come in and get in our truck, we usually split the call with them. And it's the same if we go mutual aid out of town and we transport in their vehicle, we split the call with them as well. And also if we go mutual aid to a community and we do the transport, we get that money in just like they do when they come in.
Just a curiosity about, how many calls there is versus how many, the ambulance receipts fund gets money from versus, not.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Hi, Chief. I just had a concern, a question. Related to this, and it's along the same lines, is breaking it down for more, simplicity of understanding for me. But you have 66 calls, that you gave as far as mutual aid. And 30 received. I'm assuming the 30 received would be in the number because those were Templeton calls necessarily. But those 66, is there any way that we can have those broken out? Of the number. Because, we have a lot of small numbers here, but, the brush fire, the building fires, building collapse and so forth. And it'd just be nice to know if those are in town or out of town. Okay.
So you want the mutual aid calls broken down, so if the building fire is out of town, you want that listed as a mutual aid building fire?
Well, I was gonna say even just another column with just the town Templeton in it and the extra calls is what I'm thinking.
I would probably look the same thing as the police chief was looking at, and these breakdowns would be great on a quarterly report, but the weekly reports, it might get a little.
That's what I'm saying about the quarterly.
No, that's fine,
Yeah. Yeah, no, not the weekly.
Got it.
No, I get it.
Yeah, I can work on seeing what our software does for breaking out better and keeping better tracks of it and looking at it in that way and breaking down. It could be the same columns in rows, so, you know, brush fire, Templeton 2, mutual aid 1, type idea.
Exactly.
Ambulance calls between transports and non-transports and refusals and so forth. I can.
Yeah, I have another question. I do see often a Templeton ambulance at a scene along with a Woods ambulance. Can you explain to me why Woods would need to do a transport over Templeton, having the ability to do the transport when they're both on scene?
Just because you see a Woods ambulance doesn't mean they're doing transport.
I've seen it personally.
I understand that, but there are times that our ambulance and our crew is tied up. We don't have the ability on mutual, on emergency calls to what's called stack calls. We'll get to it when we can get to it. We have to get resources going. So we'll call in for mutual aid, be it Woods, Winchington, whoever. If our ambulance frees up, either being from the hospital by doing quick turnaround or whatever scene they were on, they're able to break free. You'll see them back helping Woods. We still try to take care of our citizens and get there. But if Woods already has the patient under control in their care, we will not break that care. They'll take that. So if they're on their stretcher, getting in their ambulance, we're not taking it away. They've already started the care that's needed for that patient. The better for the patient is not to all of a sudden break up and put them in another ambulance just for billing reasons.
And I'm asking just for educational purposes, how are you staffing your ambulances throughout the day? Do you have one paramedic, EMT? I remember there was.
So our staffing calls for 2 firefighter paramedics. They work rotating shifts. They work a 24-hour shift rotating. They have what's called a Kelly day, which breaks their hours down so they don't have to go into overtime hours and so forth. So one group of guys gets a Kelly day on a Monday, the others get on a Friday. Basically, that's a reset of the scheduled day. Every third week they get that. It's a day off to set their hours. When they're not working, we have an open shift that we try to fill with a part-time person. That can go to a basic EMT. It does not have to go to a paramedic. If we cannot fill it with a part-time person, it is listed as overtime for the full-timers to pick up. We try to, when it's the full-timer shifts, it's 2 paramedics on. If they have time off for whatever reason, vacation, personal, Kelly day, we try to pick it up with a part-timer, basic EMT. Hopefully we get a firefighter as well.
So if you have a paramedic and a basic EMT, you can't transport
Yes, we
certain
can.
patients?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Okay.
There are also some calls that they're a high acuity call that you need 2 paramedics. So if we don't have a second paramedic on duty, you could see a Woods, a Winchington, somebody else. We have to, by our protocols, get a second or sometimes a third paramedic on that scene. And that's when they're jumping in with us, and you'll see a different company following us to the hospital because we've got one of their people in our ambulance, and you know, we share the transport money at that point in time because they're with us.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have something that's actually, it's not on the agenda. It's about grants, if I can ask it. With the town administrator's help late last week, after years of trying, I was finally able to get into the FEMA grant sites. And the SAFER grant, the one for personnel, is one of the grants open that I've started working on. It doesn't require a letter of commitment anymore from the board or the town administrator, but it does go a long way in the grant process to have that. The grant is due the 22nd of June, so I am looking if the board wants me to do the safer grant, to try to get the safer grant this year. The breakdown in the safer grant is a 3-year grant for personnel. It is no longer a freestyle grant, so this year's grant is, the town would be responsible for 25% of the cost the first year, 25% cost the second year, 65% of the cost the third year, and then 100% of the cost moving forward. During the grant award period, the grant is only able to be used for hiring new people. You're not allowed to use the grant to fight off layoffs if they're looking that way. You can't use it to hire people back if they were laid off. And during the grant process, the town's not allowed to lay anybody off, or they lose the grant funding moving forward, and the possibility of of having to pay back any grant money that had been awarded out, if that happens. So it's for really growing the department, it's not for trying to maintain the department. So I bring that to you tonight for discussion. You know, if the board wants me to work on the grant, I will continue with the work on the grant and get it submitted for June 22nd. But like I said, it can't be used for saving positions, or it has to be used for hiring new people and moving forward.
Off the top of your head, would it hire 1, 2?
I can put in for any amount of personnel I want. They're looking for you to go towards the NFPA, you know, to have the 4 people responding on an engine, so much, type thing. So right now we have 2 people on a shift. Under the grant, I could look to put for 6, so we move up to 4 a shift. But I would really look at probably just 1 a shift, 3 people, to bring us closer, moving towards the NFPA standard. So that, you know, be looking for 3 people over 3 years. To hire a firefighter with benefits, and this grant does include benefit package with it. I also believe it would cover gear if they needed new gear for it. So you're looking at 100,000, just a little north of 100,000 per firefighter. So the town would be on the hook for 25 to 30,000 per position.
Can you send us the outline of that grant?
It's a I can send you I can try to find the highlights. Everything is online. I did print some stuff out.
Where can we find it?
So you
Do you
can
know where
find,
we can find it?
I find it on, it's a website called FEMA Go, but you would need to sign in. You can just Google Safer Grant, and you can usually find that information.
So, any other questions from any of the board members? I just have one thing to add, and you weren't the fire chief when this happened. But it's been 13 years. It was in 2013, annual town meeting. I was not there. I watched the recording and talked with residents. The town was told by the then fire chief that if the town meeting voted to go to ALS, that the ALS ambulance service would pay for itself 100%. I don't think that's the case. So what I would ask is, if you can, what do you think the number of personnel needed to have the ambulance staff 24/7, 365 at that ALS standard, without, so there's the 2 people on the ambulance versus kind of what we have now, which is, I mean, you know, you're pulling a piece from here, and it seems to me, looking on the outside, in that it's kind of a roll of the dice, whether the ambulance is always, you always have the people to staff it, because you're depending on per diem and part-time and full-time, and, you know, somebody's sick, this or that. So that's what I'm asking you, if you have an estimate or.
I mean, if you're just talking the ambulance itself, then the staffing we have now would be close with the 2 people, and some call EMS. but that's just ambulance. And that would be it. You're probably talking, and you're still gonna miss calls at that because we have calls at the same time. That you can't cover, even if we had 4 people on a shift. You still have the remote times that you're not gonna cover every call, cause it's not unheard of to have 3 calls at one time. And the second we transport to Worcester, our crews are gone, not including the time on scene, just going to Worcester is 45 minutes, coming back is 45 minutes, and then whatever time in the hospital. And we've been pretty darn lucky, knock on wood, we don't have to hold the wall very often in Worcester, where we're sitting with a patient because they can't get a room. But it's not unheard of for ambulance crews to be up there for an hour or more when they can't leave their patient.
Just,
Our community is so small, having the dual role people is a big benefit. And there are times that we are just EMS when staffing is on vacation and I get a call out, something happens, we go short-staffed, and there are times that I don't have a trained firefighter sitting in the station that we're reliant on call people coming back. You get a fire call come in. How would the community feel if 2 paramedic onlys were sitting in the station and we had a fire come in, they can't do anything because they don't have training to do it, they're not paid to do it, they're ambulance only. The resources just aren't there. We're not going to cover, ALS will not pay for everything. We don't do not transports, transfers between doctor's offices and nursing homes and hospital to hospital and things like that. That's guaranteed money, but you have to have the personnel to do it. Athol tried it years ago and they ran their community ragged, their department ragged, had to stop it. It just didn't work for them. So it's very difficult to do that. There are communities now. Leominster has EMS people, Bellingham has started EMS people only. But they're larger departments that have the fire-based personnel there already. And they're doing chase cars with their paramedics and so forth. We don't have the staffing to be able to do that, and you would just be adding, because if the ambulance paid for its ambulance service, taxpayers need firefighters, and our call department is not there anymore to be able to do that anymore.
that's really a question for my own information, but also for the benefit of people watching the meeting to understand how that plays out and why it is the way it is. Well, thank you. Any questions from the board?
I just need a little direction on the SAFER grant, if you guys want me to try to proceed with that, or no.
Well, that's about, Mr. Chair, that's about hiring.
We're looking at, but for 3 personnel, you're looking at a minimum of 75,000 to 100,000 a year to fund them, the first 2 years and 3rd year at 65%.
It's the town matching part that concerns me. It's,
Well, then keeping them, we don't wanna, we don't wanna bring people on for 3 years and then dump them in 4th.
We'd have to have the money on the match part.
the match part money, we could ask town meeting for that. It would take a town meeting vote. The thing is, well, 2 things. You have to outplan for when you get to the end of the grant and you have to pick up, because town has done that before, on the police department side. And when I got to the end of the grant, and it may be just for, what's that word? Planning. That they didn't put that money in the budget, so when we got to the end of the grant and the police officer's gone because we don't have the 100% funding to pay their salaries, but they got 3 years of training on grant and they went to another community. So we could get the money on the matching part, ask town meeting if it's a toss up for, to remove it from general stabilization for possibility, but it's the timing. If we have to lay off firefighters, that's gonna negate that, and
Really hoping we don't have to lay off any firefighters. I mean, you guys, the board did a great job and, you know, the moving money from EMS to save them isn't a long-term solution. It's a short-term solution.
Right.
Hopefully we can get that money back. So, you know, that's a whole nother thing. That's why I wanted to come in and ask about it tonight, cause I have no trouble putting the work in to try to get the grant, but to have it, the grant is due the 22nd. Then they start making decisions on, who gets the grant in September. And, so we could hear back in the middle of September that we got it, or it could be pushed out. They haven't even started awarding it this year. It should have been in September. They haven't even, you know, told everybody yet, so.
so if we were awarded it. Hate to even think this way, but if the push came to shove, if we had to turn it down, I'm assuming FEMA would look not kindly. I mean, next time you apply, they'd go, well, we gave it to them and they
Yeah.
said,
I can't answer that honestly, but that, I would share your opinion on that, yes.
uh,
The same way if we had to default on it because we had to lay off or something like that, it would not work well
there
for
is,
us for future grants.
That does not bode well. Chief, is this following what it's done in the years past? It's actually $24 where they run in the rears. And that is normal. for
I
these
do
big
not know, I
grants.
can't answer that. I'm just starting, I've never looked at this grant. I've just opened them up. There's 3 different grants I can work on. There's the Safer Grant for personnel, there's the AFG grant, that's for equipment. Being small equipment and apparatus, that one's a 5% match. And then there's a fire prevention grant that I haven't even looked at, cause the other 2 are the 2 bigger ones, so.
I am going to speak to this down the agenda, and when we get to M. So I don't think the board would give you an answer right this minute, but I think there would be an answer the end of this meeting possible. It could come to you through the administrator, because I have some thoughts on some things. Because quite frankly, I think a lot of people, first of all, I don't think we had the time and we got the message out. It could have been clearer. The information could have been better. That is on me as the chair of the board, for the timing and so forth. But I think now people, at least, I think some people, maybe a majority, I hope. I know employees and department heads, the reality is sinking in. We were not BSing, we were not scare tacting, we worked very hard. It's the hardest effort that the board has worked on the budget that have been involved. It's just this board, the timing, the effort, everything that happened. The number of meetings, 7, I believe. And the hours that we put in and the effort that we did to try to have a balanced budget with as fewer hits as possible. Planning on no override budget, because you can never plan on the override. Again, the message might have been, it could have been clearer, it could have been better, could have been better presented if we had more time, but we ran out of time. But the board was pretty plain that if a $2 million override passed, we did not plan on spending all of that in fiscal 27. We were very specific that any positions we had built into the 0 override budget that would be cut, those were going to be kept with the 2 million and came up with that word again, planning on having money available for future years. Yes, the tax levy would increase by 2 million, but we did not plan to spend all that and ask town meeting to appropriate all that. But I think the reality is hitting, so, and we do have an option. And some people might not like it, but it's always worth a second shot. So, we could get an answer to you, by the end of this meeting. All right?
Yep.
All right. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will, I'm good back here.
That's right. Next item F, Mr. Curtis.
Good evening.
Was you considering, heading south again on Saturday?
Maybe this weather keeps up. All right. During this quarter, I submitted paperwork for an extension of the contract for our hazard mitigation plan. This was done on their request, on NEMA's request, because we turned it in the day after Christmas, I believe it was.
Yeah, it was good.
Which was before the end of the contract, but they felt that they needed more time for NEMA and FEMA to review and approve. So now the new date is July 15th. I also had a lot of correspondence with Jeff LaGrose during that time from Montezut Regional Planning. Tom Calero, one of our deputy MTs in Lori Weta, went to the Northwest Worcester County meeting on February 3rd. I presented the emergency manager's second quarter budget to the board, and also attended the budget head, the department head budget meeting for the select board and the advisory board. We had a warming center open on January 24th all day. Not one person stopped in. So the second day we did it on a on-call basis, left a note on the door and put messages on the signboards, and we had one homeless person living out of his car called in. So Mike Dixon went down and sat with him for a while. Attended several statewide conference calls concerning the weather during this period. And I had to send in a quarterly report to NEMA and FEMA for the hazard mitigation plan update project, let them know where we stood. And Mike Dixon responded to Templeton Elementary School during a fire alarm incident. I guess it was a real fire alarm. It wasn't just a drill. All the kids were shipped outside. It was cold. So Mike looks over there. Of course, the fire department was there already and whatnot, but the kids are outside without jackets and whatnot. So Mike managed to round up a few things. It wasn't anywhere near enough, but we've since gotten some space blankets in case this ever happens again. They'll be right there near the elementary school. So that'll be a good thing. The CERT had meetings in January and March. We didn't hold one in February due to a weather incident. And CERT was conducting equipment checks at the EOC throughout the whole quarter with emergency management. And the message boards pretty well used during this quarter. Treasurer collector used it 3 times, the elementary school once, and the clerk's office once. And that's it.
Any questions of which on the board?
No, thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get back up here, Rich. No, I'm just kidding.
Next item up is G, the Green Communities Grant idea. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, everyone. My name is Jared Perrine. I'm the technology director at the Narragansett Regional School District. I've been there for 5 years, and Mr. Ryan asked me to come tonight to answer a question. Well, really to give you kind of a status report on Templeton Elementary School and the lighting, and kind of how we came about talking with the state about the green energy grant. I can try to be concise, but it's been a pleasure actually coming to a select board meeting and getting to know some of you ahead of time. So again, thanks for having me. So let me start by giving a little timeline. So Templeton Elementary School opened in around 2019. And I came on in April of 2021. And immediately discovered that the lighting system that was put in Templeton Elementary School was purchased by a company named Cree Lighting, and then they discontinued it. So 2 years after the building opened, the Odyssey system that was put in place was then discontinued. And nobody is more upset about this than me. This happens, I think, sometimes with building projects. This happened, the same system was put into Lincoln Middle School, and they had to deal with the same sort of thing. I think the problem that we ran into is that the company, Cree Lighting, had already discontinued that product, and they kind of put it out of their mind. And they weren't great about sending out communications to the customers who had put that product in place. So from about 2021, when I came on, through last summer, we've had no problems getting warranty replacements. They've been excellent. In fact, there have been a few employees over there who are the Odyssey people, and they have been great. Anytime we have a problem, they just ship us a controller. Generally, a controller is what goes. And I do want to tell you a little bit about this system. Don't shoot the messenger. I didn't put the system in place. I'm just here to report on it. So the system itself, there's no wires. There are some wires. There's no wires between the switches and the actual controllers. It's all RF frequency. And this is not unique. And I'll tell you about some of the replacement systems we're looking at. There's 3 or 4 of them. But generally what happens is the switches have like a 10-year battery, and there are multiple controllers up in the ceilings that control different panels of lights. Generally, a classroom at Templeton Elementary has I think 3 switches on the wall. It's nice, and you could theoretically do some really nice things with it. However, the company promised to have the cloud interface up and running until 2026, but the system went down last summer in 2025, which means even with all of our pieces working in our school building, there's no way for our components to talk to the cloud. There is no cloud anymore. And so anything that was pre-programmed, such as our schedules, and I think this has come up before. I watched the last select board meeting, and then I attended the last school committee meeting, and this came up. So I'm happy to talk about this too, the lighting schedule and how the lights are on all night. So our schedule right now runs, and it can't be changed because the cloud is down. Our system runs according to the custodian schedules. So they turn on at 6 a.m. when the custodians get there, and they go off at 11 p.m. Now, it is possible to override that with the master switch. And so if they need to stay longer, they can go and hit the master switch and turn the lights back on. The problem is for things like school vacation weeks where nobody is in the building. And that's actually kind of rare because generally speaking, there are a lot of sports teams that use the buildings. I'm digressing, but I want you to have the full picture. So the master switch always works unless a controller is out, right? And that's the problematic part. And that's the why behind why I started looking into grants. We use my department, we use grants to cover a lot of things: phones, internet, door systems, alarm systems, cameras. We've used grants for all of these things. They pays for our internet every year, 80% of our internet. All this to say, as controllers go, we actually have replacement controllers. The problem is, as of last week, they have let go anybody that knew anything at Cree Lighting about Odyssey. And that was a very unpleasant email to receive. I have reached out to former employees and added them on LinkedIn, thinking that if we get into dire straits, that we can contract them possibly to put in the pieces that we currently have in place. But it became clear that this project was going to be an expensive project, and so I've reached out to 4 different companies, and I'm happy to tell you about those. So we have there are 3 different systems: the ETC EchoFlex, the Lutron Vive, and the Inlight Air are all similar systems, and I can repeat that if you'd like to. Mr. Toth, would you like me to repeat these?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I saw you taking notes. Thought I'd and the companies involved are let's see, this company is called Port Lighting for the ETC EchoFlex. And I do have a quote from them that comes in. I got that last Friday. That comes in at around $200,000 to replace all one-to-one replacements. And I want to tell you into all the different wrinkles that we're looking at. Then we're looking at a company called where is this? Illuminate is the name of the company, and they are quoting something called the Lutron Vive, which is also an RF product. And that's come in at around $175,000. Now these quotes are without paying for labor. These are just a one-to-one replacement of the parts. And then we're looking at Inlight Air. And there's a company out of Boston called Controls Specification Sales. And then I met with a company 2 weeks ago called Barbizon. And they haven't said which product they want to go with. I actually sent them away with a few products. I gave them an extra controller that we had and an extra switch and said, can you please take these back to your lab and just make sure that they won't work with one of these other products. Because if that were the case, we could leave all of the pieces in place and just put in kind of like the brains, right? The gateways and the proxy, the web proxy. So all that's to say, we've been in contact with 4 companies. 2 of them have given us quotes. Some of the other wrinkles that we're looking at, one of the companies, I believe it was the EchoFlex company, mentioned, well, hey, if you want to save money, is there a way that we could reduce the number of switches you have in the classrooms? To go from 3 switches on the wall to 1 with multiple scenes. And I said, of course, we would entertain that. That would require some more lighting with controllers. Some more wiring in the ceiling for the controllers. So in the end, I don't know exactly how much money that would save, but I just wanted you to know all of the things that we're looking at. And it's always been very clear to me since I came in 2021 that this was going to be an unpopular project for obvious reasons. Brand new building with a lighting system after 2 years that's kaput. Like I said, nobody's more upset about this than the person that has to maintain it.
Can I ask you a question about your master switch?
Sure.
Is it one switch for the entire building, or is it different sections of each classroom?
Yeah, no.
Can you explain that?
Yes, I could definitely explain that. I think I know where this is going to. So the master switch controls anything that has a controller connected with it. Caveat being is that our system fails on, right? So when a controller goes, it doesn't fail off, which would be a bigger problem, right? If we had rooms with no lighting. But when a controller goes, the LEDs say, I should stay on, right? So for example, if I'm in this classroom at the west corner of the building and there's a house across the street and that controller fails on, and I think we only have one of those right now, then to that person, the building is on, the whole building is on. And I don't know that we have any, regular classrooms where that's the case. Like I said, there are multiple controllers in the classroom. I do believe there is in one classroom, we have the part of the room where the kids put away their backpacks, which is not the main part of the room. It's just the first little, I think it's just one panel of lights where it fails on. We do have a smaller room downstairs that has, I believe the controller is gone. But the problem now is that replacing the controllers without the cloud interface has become very difficult. So
I see that you're talking about those types of replacements. Do you think that it's smart to go down that road again with a different company that has the potential of going out of business, opposed to just hardwiring and going back to kicking it old school?
You could, and I asked this question to the last company that came in. So Barbizon actually came out and met with me, and I was able to hand him, said, please take these back, look at these. And I said the same thing. I was like, I said I wouldn't be working here very long if I put in another system and it went out of business for, 2 years later. And he said, what he said was, I believe he said the Lutron Vive is an example of a company that's been around for, 15 years. I don't believe it's always been RF, but the product itself, the product line and the company, the parent company has been around for a very long time. So, this is why when there's a building project, this is tech directors want to get involved with it, because the last thing you want to do, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. I wasn't a part of the project. I don't know who was involved with it, but you really want to put in tried and tested systems into new construction. All that to be said, this is going to be an expensive project. It doesn't all have to be done at the same time, which is great. And so I reached out to several departments at the state, and this green energy grant came up, and I started talking with, I believe her name was Kelly at the state, and she mentioned, well, Templeton actually does have $58,000 in this green energy grant left. It's called a designation grant. And in education speak, we have something called entitlement grants and then competitive grants. This is essentially an entitlement grant, right? So you say, hey, state, this is how I'd like to use the funds, and the state says, great, here's your grant. The piece about it is that you can't, as a community, it's a municipal grant, so you can't as a community apply for the competitive grants until you use the designation grant money. So they have been dying to give Templeton this money, and I know that you all have used some of it. But I believe it's been just sitting there for a good while, probably since 2019, 2020. I could be wrong on that date, but I think that, that amount of money would be a great start if you don't already have plans for it. Certainly, we're gonna keep looking for other money. This $58,000 is not gonna pay for this project, but it could possibly pay for a floor, which would be great. We'd probably start with the floor with the classroom with the light on. So that's kind of the thinking, and I hope I've tried to be as thorough as I can. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can tell you. Any questions for me?
Well, I have a couple of things. According to the report from the town accountant,
Sure.
our Service Green Communities Grant currently has $20,016.57 in it, not 58.
That's not the same grant. That must be something different.
Yeah, there's very similarly.
They don't give us the money up front. They hold the money and then we have to give them.
I'm just saying is we don't have the 58 on hand. This is a letter from Jane Lister, September 25, 2025. It is about this grant funding. And she reached out she emailed the town administrator who was no longer here in 2025 September time. Town employee here who's here now, another employee was no longer at the town at that time, but that's not your problem. That's just a fact.
They've recognized that.
So, in talking about this grant, the then town grant writer responded to the state. We're very appreciative of the opportunity for more time to complete projects. We ultimately have run into challenges that have made them infeasible. And it talks about, again, we only currently have 20,016 left in the town's account. We're not going to be able to front the 38,295 final disbursement that would be needed to pay for weatherization projects. So I think there's, I don't know if there's confusion on it, if you're talking about a different grant, but what was presented to the board was we have this 58,000 sitting there and it just doesn't seem so. And on the more important legal front, the regional school agreement. And I understand that the last one that did the whole process was in 1977. And for capital projects, the split is 85% Templeton and 15% Phillipston, the other member town in the regional agreement. So it seems like Templeton is being asked to cover the entire cost of this lighting replacement, which I was on the elementary school building committee for a few years and never heard anything about this this lighting system from the project manager, but the guy who's supposed to be looking out for the town.
It's probably
all
working,
things construction. So that's another issue, another day. But from the agreement, legal side, if you will, this seems like this is the district would have to apply for the grant and then come to the member towns for the funding. That's my read on the regional agreement. The amended one that was done in 2004, but the process was not complete before your time. Just I'm just looking at this from the board's view, which is our responsibility is to look out for the town, legal affairs, et cetera, et cetera.
Can I comment?
It's so again, it seems like, again, the district is turning, and I'm not shooting the messenger. Not even blaming you because you stepped into it after the fact. That Templeton is being asked to pay for the whole thing because we may have this community green grant, but we have needs in this build in particular that we could use the Green Communities Grant funding for. We certainly have use of the funds that we have available for 2016. Again, I'm one vote, I'm one person. This is my viewpoint. This is my stance, and this is how I would vote. This is more of a district to pursue any of these grants. MSBA has some green grants. I'm not sure on all the details about what they would cover, what they wouldn't, or what they would have to say about they grant funded 40, about half of this project in a couple of years after the fact. I know the audit has been done and the inventory has been all checked off and everything, and naturally, that's when the warranty goes out the window, when, so to speak. So, that's just a couple of the details. It's, to me, in my view, my opinion, is that this is not just a Templeton coming up with a Green Communities grant. This is more of a district thing per the regional agreement that is in place now.
Could I comment before? I would love to, I can't make the decision for you, but just a few things. So Mr. Ryan and I have met with the state, two people, in fact. One of them I think is kind of more on the accounting side. And they've both confirmed the $58,000. So I think possibly that other amount of money is, there are several grants that sound very similar. The only other thing I would say is, again, not my decision, but I believe the school building is in Templeton. So regardless of whatever the agreement is for the regional district, it's a Templeton building.
It is.
So the other part that I'll say is, and again, if the $58,000 isn't there, then we're gonna have to find it somewhere else. And regardless of whether we get the $58,000 from this entitlement grant, we can't actually apply for these competitive grants until that money gets used. So if you choose to use it in some other way, we're actually being limited by what we can competitively apply for until that money is gone.
Can I just clarify, I just want to jump off that and clarify something. I'm probably not all grants are like this, but the Green Communities Grant designation and competitive grants, they look at us as Templeton and only Templeton. They don't look at the regional school district as an eligible entity. So anytime there's a Green Communities grant that they need, they would have to basically get our sign off. Unlike other things where the regional district can act as a separate entity and go for grants. I just wanted to clarify the difference between what this is.
Forget, but the agreement, the last agreement that is in place, it's very specific. Any cost above $5,000 and capital cost specific are split 85% Templeton and 15% Phillips.
Yeah, and I think eventually, if we can't find grants for this would become a capital project. Because eventually, what we don't want to do is we don't want to have whole, sections of lights just not working.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I believe that these grants, these green grants that $58,000 or $20,000 we're getting to take care of our problems in this building and several other buildings. In the past, it wasn't about the school. And they were to winterize these buildings and to replace windows. And so if they need us to use our grants up, then we probably should use our grants up to replace these windows in these buildings that from town hall. And if any of our, like, police department or fire department, to replace those, if we have anything we need to do, because that's what we got our grants for, to winterize and to take care of it was not on the agenda for the elementary school. So I feel like when we applied for these grants, they were to take care of certain things, and this wasn't it. And we have not accomplished our goals to replace many of the different things that we were supposed to. So we should probably finish what we started first. And then if we can do that, maybe they'll have the ability to go for one of those other grants he's talking about. Would probably be the smarter way to go.
Yeah, and I think that's one viable way. But I would caution you to look, I've spent the last month looking and meeting with various parts of the government. And I would caution you that a lot of these green energy grants can't be used for certain things, right? This particular designation grant can be used for lighting. There are others that I looked at that cannot be. They can only be used for windows and HVAC and things like that. So that's just something else to consider.
any other members of the board have any?
Yes.
Yes,
I'm gonna throw a slightly different twist and a monkey wrench in this whole system. The TES is a town building. It is leased by the district. Much like we're doing the roof repair at the middle school, high school complex, MSBA is now involved and overseeing. We did not have that when that roof was done years ago at the middle school side. Since the building is a new building and it was built under an MSBA contract, I think there are some questions need to be raised through the state contracting office and through the MSBA that we had a system fail at the 2-year point. And till we have some answers from them, what are our options? I'd like to know who can be held accountable, how far can we hold them accountable, and what is the recourse the town has before we worry about spending our funds or pursuing grants, because I think there's some performance issues here. I truly do.
What's that?
Yeah, the only question that I really have is a clarification. I'm hearing that until the town spends its $58,000 of our green communities, the school can't apply. Now, how come we're two completely separate entities?
No, I said the opposite, we're one entity and that's why.
That's where.
I think I can answer your questions. This particular green energies grant is a municipal grant, so the town has to apply for it. And because we're part of the town, we have to work through the town in order to apply.
The other question I have is, with these systems, I mean, we know from the dawn of time that wiring in a building, you know, I don't understand, like, it's going to happen again eventually. We know this from our wind turbine and different things that we have in our town with these kind of technologies and things. I don't really understand if you were to go to get a product that's going to be, you know, the same style as we had before, which I don't understand that there was no warranties or anything like that. Or better research. I just don't understand why it's gotta be the fancy in the air type of thing and not old fashioned and hardwired. I'm not understanding, like, it's lights, like.
There's no wiring right now, so that would be extra construction and electrical costs. And certainly that's an option.
Right, but it's not gonna last forever. The technology you're talking about and buying, it's not, that kind of stuff is not longevity. For hundreds of years
With
for our
respect, I
buildings.
disagree. We just replaced all of our access points in the school with E-rate funding. And the last ones that we had were 14 years old. Most of these systems are reliable. And I can't speak to this company because I had never heard of them before I came here, but we wouldn't put in a system that I've never heard of before.
My house is 20-something years old. I have it wired. I can flip a switch. I'm not gonna worry about that. I need to get a new system to flip a switch in my house to put my lights on.
Just because something's wireless doesn't mean you're gonna need to replace it in a few years. This is one bad egg in a school that has lots of good systems in place.
I just, like I said, I'm just not a fan. I'm not a fan on turning the lights on with that kind of system.
So I believe we have questions and legitimate concerns about this. I'll speak for myself and I'll believe what I'm hearing from the other board members, is, we're not gonna have an answer for you this evening.
Understood.
Perhaps with, some more coordination and look-see at, first, the 2016, and then some details on this, 58,000, if it's out there. What can it be used for? And, we have one project in this building. We have tax money set aside in the amount of 25,000. Some odd jolls. If we have this grant money there, certainly we should utilize it for this project. Again, not your problem. But it is the current concern and responsibility of this board, for the town first, because as it's been stated, and I think this is lost sometimes on the townspeople. The school district and the town are two legal separate entities. The building is in Templeton, but it is used by the school district, which is a legal center. Legal separate entity from the town for two different things. Really, you're not getting
Oh, I didn't come for an
any
answer.
answers,
Yeah.
certainly not the answer you might have been.
No,
open to
I
get,
came to
but-
just answer questions, that's all. And I appreciate your time.
No problem. Thank you
Appreciate the
for
input.
coming
Thank
in
you.
and explaining
Yeah, really.
your problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You explained it real well.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you very
thank
much.
you.
Happy to come back anytime. Thanks.
Thanks, we appreciate it.
Next item is H, the animal control order, officer plans, town administrator.
Thank you.
So I put a memo in the board's packet, it pretty much says, things, so if the board has any questions or wants to discuss, I leave it to you.
So on this memo for the ACO work plan, a few meetings back, the board voted, it was 4 yes, 1 no, to not renew the regional animal control agreement with the town of Winchton, and the town would go it alone. Several options were discussed and talked about possibilities of per diem, part-time, volunteers, combination, et cetera, et cetera. And these, there are 3 of them options in here. For the board to, look at and choose or not to. So, input from the board.
Well, I know that we went for on-call. And I know that when we did our budget process, I had, when I had done my mock one myself, that I thought we would probably need about $68,000. I was informed by the town administrator that whatever we're running right now, we're actually over what we're supposed to be spending. What was that number, James? Do you remember?
Over what?
We're overspending what we actually budgeted for the animal control officer.
So the police department's budget has the animal control amount, and it's only in there as 25,000. We never updated it because we were waiting to see what Winston would ask for an increase, and then the board decided not to renew. And so there's 25,000, I believe, for FY 27. So I think under most options, or maybe all.
Excuse me, I was talking about the spending for this fiscal year. I thought you said something about 38,000 that we've spent so far on our end. I couldn't find where it was, but
Yeah, that was my, I think that was my projection or that was my analysis of what we will spend, including, an estimate, like breaking down like capital costs, because we own the trucks. I think I divided that out by 7, and so I threw that in there. So that was a financial model I was trying to show.
no, this was in your office and you had said that you believed that we were over, but, okay. So anyway, my thing is, I had thought about 68,000 personally, based on running the numbers, what I could come up with from last year, in past, and I was under we would do, on-call, which is, usually they only get paid when they go to actually on-call, not a stipend version. I do believe that we probably should have at least 2 part-timers, as well as 2 on-calls. The stipend portion of the on-call, it isn't always necessary. They usually just get paid when they go and do it. When you have 2 people on call, you're setting a certain amount of money for the on-call, so whoever goes and gets it, that's the one that gets the money. So it's not like they're guaranteed, $30,000 a year for that on-call job. It's about if they're, when they're on, they're doing their job. So I feel like that would be a better model, but our town had a on-call model for many years until we went into, I was told before we went into the regional contract. I couldn't find any data on how it actually worked. And I didn't follow it closely, over those years on a personal level. But, full-time model that you have here, I don't think is something that's, financially or even, it doesn't seem to like it would fit for our needs. And, a complete on-call with some stipends and stuff that you put in here. I just feel like we should have at least one part-time or to two part-time, 20 hours type of individual, especially in the daytime, to make sure that the basics you had lined up on, the part-time model. So it's kind of like, personally, I think a part-time and the on-call kind of make more sense. But I understand that, like Phillipston, we had asked about how they had done it, because they do on-call, only on-call, so, yeah, it didn't seem to, I don't have any information on that.
I agree with Candace. I don't think that we necessarily need a full-time. I think an on-call would be good. But we also need to take into consideration the animals that they do have, they need to come in and care for and tend to. So I think that's where the part-time would come into play.
So can I ask, I'm unclear, which model are you both referring to? Option A as the part-time model with on-call people?
Yes,
Okay, yeah.
that's the one that I felt would work better for the town.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
to Ms. Graves' point, the Phillipston, I looked on their FY 26 budget. The animal control over their payroll was $5,650. Expenses $1,905. They're making this happen for $7,555 through the end of this month. I don't know what their facilities are like or what they do within the animals, but that seems like one heck of a deal for less than $8,000. And I look at this and go, huh.
Yeah.
Then the other question that I do have that I don't see addressed in here whatsoever, and this may be a question to work back and forth with development services as well. I don't see anything about the barn inspectors and the follow-ups and how that would all get done. And is that somebody else we need to look at naming? And I see Lori sitting there shaking her head up and down, north to south.
Thanks, reasons.
I would pay for that.
Yeah, man.
Mr. Administrator?
Yeah. So this is just a work out a schedule, but along those lines, I would recommend that you tie in the barn inspections and the animal inspections into your animal control people, especially in the part-time model. And so we've looked up what all the training requirements are and who can give them and how they can learn how to do this. And so if the board chose option A, then I would create a job description that would include all of that in it. And so I think it's the best way to do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to give Lori more work to do. Lori manages about 6 boards and multiple jobs and.
I'm not suggesting we give more work, and I understand what you're saying, but I also understand as I read through the requirements, and Lori and I have had this discussion multiple times. The animal inspector in one part of the law says it shall not be your animal control officer. Then in another part, it says it may be your animal control officer, and it is confusing as the week is long. Yeah. Pick one.
Well, throw it to the health agent and say, wear another hat.
So Massachusetts Department of Agriculture, they do, your current animal control inspectors are also your barn inspectors. They do allow it. So it could be worked into.
And I forget exactly the time frame, but the town got in a bind financially or personnel wise, one of the two. Cause I think we went a while without an animal inspector, barn inspections getting done. And we went through the Department of Agriculture and we ended up getting someone who volunteered, and I think there was a stipend / expense of about $500. somewhere around that. I think it was 12, 13-ish, maybe somewhere back there. It was, I'm not saying it was the best. It might have been a little shaky, following the law and stuff, but, I do know that we had talked with, the State Department of Agriculture, because there was big questions about whether it was mandatory, how often it had to be done, and this and that. Doesn't help really this much, but, we have run into that before, and I believe Lori was corrected. Like you said, don't do it this way, but you may do it this way. It's sometimes that's a thing that the legislature, the law, change this one and nobody looks at this one, and then you end up with two that you go, who's on first?
How are we paying for like your barn inspections? Like, how is that getting paid for?
It was all contractual through the town, the regionalization.
That was in the region.
Yeah, I just couldn't track when they were happening and how we were paying it. I couldn't track that in anything that we were paying.
It happens annually every year, October to December is when they're supposed to happen.
Does anybody know how much it was that we paid to do that?
I do not. It was
I couldn't
part of
find
the
it.
contract for the annual inspectors.
Some of it was in there was an extra amount, approaching a couple $1,000 for this extra service in this one. And there's a time frame of the year when it's supposed to be done. And there was a report that is supposed to be filed with the state.
I couldn't find in our budget where the line item where it was coming out of, and where, was it part of the $21,000? Like, I just couldn't figure out. And I asked Amber and I couldn't find it.
So we would just roll that in underneath the part-time position and have that be part of their job responsibility.
Right, so, but the thing is, in that version of the part-time, like, you kind of need four of them. You need two part-time so that, they're, back and forth off of each other, which is 40 hours between the two of them. And then on the off time, you need like holidays and stuff, you kind of need the on-call type of, folks too, to help out. So you kind of need, because we had three of them. And it's kind of like that third one kind of needs to be like two on-call. We're only paying them as they go and get in serviced.
So, all right, there's a few things I want to comment on, please. So Mr. Toth, before we get too far away from that, looked up, that town and they were spending
Yep.
6,000, whatever. So in the models I've tried to create you, because the board expressed that they wanted coverage 24/7. There was comments made when we were discussing the agreement that, that ACOs weren't responding to non-emergency calls. And so these three models attempt to get you 24/7 coverage. As I mentioned in the document, I don't believe option B will ultimately. Because that type of model encourages people to get training from us, leave, make some money, work on a job. I don't think it's not gonna work. But all three models attempt to get you 24/7 coverage. With the numbers that Mr. Toth gave us, that signals to me that they have someone on call, but on a truly on-call basis where they're calling someone when something comes in and they're responding when they can. That person or people are probably working other jobs. And so if a call comes in, if they're working another job or not in town, it's probably happening later. So the board made comments that that's not what they wanted. They want people to respond and be ready. And so in order to be ready, that's why I'm suggesting that option A is the best, because in the part-time model, you have three people covering 40 hours a week, Monday through Friday. It allows them to get, follow-ups done, some animal care, paperwork, all this stuff that goes into animal control work. And then we cover the after hours, holidays, weekends, after 3 o'clock or whenever it is I have them leaving for the day, with a stipend. So the stipend is incentive for people to want to do it. And then obviously they get paid hourly if they get called in. But the stipend, you could say no stipend, but if people aren't making enough money, they're gonna go elsewhere. And we saw this with the Winchendon agreement, out of the three, I'm sorry, I'm repeating some of the stuff that's in, but out of the three positions that were there, two of them were revolving door. We only had one person who was there for about 5 years. And so I'm trying to avoid a revolving door, because if you have a revolving door, you could have major disruptions in service, which is not what the board, which is what the board said we're not interested. They want people here responding when calls happen. So that's how this was written.
And that was, if I recall correctly, that was the major complaint or issue, either from board members or from residents, was about the lack of response and service, not so much on the cost to the town for the agreement. It was the lack of response, and which is the lack of service. So if we the board voted to not renew that agreement and go in this direction to improve the service. So you're going to have the people. And an incentive is the pay. And it's some guarantee to it, because like the fire chief said, and this is not just Templeton, it's the on-call pool is just not there anymore. Combination of where people work and how they work and how far away they work and all of that. So it was a service and response issue. At least that was my takeaway from it, was the reason to not renew the agreement. So to me, the question is, which plan will give the service? Conscious of the cost, but yeah, I don't recall the cost being the driving factor to not renew. It was the lack of response and service to the residents. I don't, Mr. Med.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have one question. Could anybody tell me how many calls we get a year for the ACO, for usage? Because that would seem to me to be the thing we need to know before we decide any of this.
The police chief should, according to this, the regional agreement that's in place right now, is supposed to have a report of that very statistics. Both chiefs of police.
Well, sure.
So Templeton Police Chief, per the regional agreement, is supposed to have that report in hand. So if we could get that.
I would personally like to see that.
Well,
That would be a big thing and the deciding factor to me.
Also, can I make,
Mr. Chair, you did try to put in for it when we were in the summertime talking about this, to get the information. I don't know if you remember, you had put in for it because they made you go through the hoops and put in for an official one because they wouldn't give it to us.
So if we instruct the administrator to ask.
Yep. I thought we tried that
I
before.
mean, they generated for me, before, I forget what I asked for, if it was for a year or for a month, but they did generate that for me before. But I would say that, part of the issue here is not the amount of calls, it's about what you want for coverage. And if you're okay with service disruptions. Obviously, I think we all agree that having a full-time ACO probably not what Templeton needs. So then it's down to the other two. The full on-call model is gonna have a high turnover rate and you're gonna have lots of service disruptions. A part-time model is gonna give you better chance, and I just mean a chance. You still may have service disruptions. They were paying $16 to $17 an hour, I believe, in the Winchendon agreement. And if we renewed, he wanted to go up to about $19, $20 an hour, but we were playing with the numbers because I didn't want to sticker shock everyone, but we would have liked to go up to 20 because they were having. And so that's bad for experience, it's bad for handling animals. There's about 40 hours of training when you first get started. It's actually, that's just for the ACO part. It's gonna be more training for the barn and animal inspections. And we have to do this by July 1, otherwise we're gonna have no service. So I understand Mr. May's need for that information, but I slightly disagree. I don't think that's actually a factor in what you decide today.
I just in the part-time model, I would like to see it where it's two part-timers with two on-calls.
So.
a mixture of the two.
You can't, because if you get two part-time laws, you're gonna hit 20 hours each. And so that's a benefited position to keep it under 20 if you're trying to cover 40 hours.
No, two different people, two part-timers.
Yes.
So 20 and 20.
That's a benefited position.
So as it goes over,
Well, 19 hours then, 19 hours.
Alright.
Okay, so we're not gonna go benefits, we're gonna go 19.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But so the other problem is then if they're putting in too many hours after hours, they may be benefited as well. So you just, I wouldn't worry about how many part-time people you have, because it's gonna be the same 40 hours. It's better to keep the amount of hours down. Plus, if you have someone leave, you have more people to cover you.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Candace was implying that we'd have two part-time people and on-call staff.
Yeah.
To augment that coverage.
Okay,
So if we didn't have that,
Yeah.
we have people in the community that wanted to help out and they would do on-call as needed on have pick up with the holidays and things like that. And I don't want us to miss out on that. You don't know about it yet because we haven't posted the job. But I've heard from people and various other people, I know have told me about other people. You know, is it true until you put the ad out? You don't know. But I would like to, like I said, 19 hours, one person, 19 hours, another person, they're switching off. And then the on-call would be your nighttime, you know, your nighttime person in the middle of the night, and your holidays is where you need two of them because they would switch off together. It makes logical sense. You have two over here and two over there so that somebody's got a family, whatever, and they can't make the on-call. And the same thing with the part-timer, somebody's, you know, if there's a court thing they have to go to or something like that, that gives you two options. So that's why I'm just thinking, you say three in here, but I was thinking two part-timers and then two on-callers, that gives you that switch over that you're gonna need from the holidays into the middle of the night. And sometimes that part-timer might, you know, instead of doing the day thing or whatever it is they're doing, might have to pick up in the nighttime for that on-call.
So the reason why there's three part-time people here is because I'm trying to give them enough money so that they want to stay with Templeton. If we just have people who are designated only on call, they're not gonna be making much money, and there's a chance that we have a revolving door.
I don't think, no disrespect, but I don't think when it comes to animals and safety of animals, it's all about the money.
But these people don't work for free. People work.
Yeah,
for-
but you're in a different
Fair.
realm of what I know to be of what people will do. And in fact, Phillipston even shows you that it's actually happening. I don't know how it's happening, but
We don't-
they have on-call only.
So. This is more than just like you know, take care of animals, you know, happy time. Okay, these people deal with maulings, dead animals. They
Yeah, we
deal with
understand
angry
that.
Customers, they deal with regulatory requirements, they have ticketing authority, bond inspections, all this stuff. This is not a pleasant job that a retiree is gonna wanna do for very long because they're bored. It's not grass cutting, you know, in the summertime that a retiree might be interested in. This is a
Well, the kind of,
professional trained job that.
well, I understand that, and I do understand that. You're looking at people in this community that have animals that they have nursed them because a coyote went and attacked them. And they had to feed the rooster with an eyedropper, so I totally understand what you're talking about. It's not always a lovely job, and the people that are interested in it understand that. But what I'm saying is, it just seems like it'd be more feasible and more financially stable for us and to have two part-timers and two on-callers in that version A. Than just three part-timers. I feel like the rotation would be better. And that is also it may not be animal control officer, but my personal doing schedules and rotation of people and when their availabilities are. So, and with holidays and things like that, I feel like I mean, that's just my personal opinion on doing schedules for people for jobs and things. That would work better for us to have two part-timers and two on-callers in that version. That's all.
I said, you didn't do that.
No, I mean, I could do whatever you want me to do, but there's gonna be consequences, so. If you change the option A model to two part-time people and one of them leaves, it's a major service disruption, because the only other people you have on staff
I'm on call.
are on-call people. And if people are designated only on call, they're not gonna be making much money. So you might get people doing it for a little while, for a temporary amount of time, but you're gonna have a revolving door. The people in the Winchton agreement were making more money and you still had a revolving door. That, you know,
Yeah,
this is a lot more than just.
It wasn't about, I just gotta
People
tell,
yelling at you and coming to select board meetings.
Yeah.
I just just wanna tell you, James, it wasn't all about the money and for that turnaround. There's more to dig
And why
there.
was there so much turnaround in the Winchton?
Because there's more to dig there, and I don't wanna get into it because that would be personnel information, so I'm just gonna
So-
tell
It's a
you.
lot of hearsay.
Well, it's not hearsay.
It's a lot of people said, they said.
Nope, it wasn't.
All right, so consensus on the option. With with any amendments, to the changes to the number, you know, from 3 part-time to 2 part-time, et cetera, et cetera. Cause we can sit here all night and kick the can around, but, we need to make a decision on this. The board voted to go this route, and now we have to execute. So, what's that word, Mr. Mayor?
The plan.
Yes,
Yeah.
I like option A.
The only one that works for me. Option A, the only one that works for me.
option A, option A,
Option A.
okay. Ms. Graves, happy with option A? Or-
Yeah, I'm happy with
Yeah, okay.
option A. Like I said, I would like to see another, at least, even if it's 3 part-timers and another 1 or 2 on-callers. I just feel like the on-callers are gonna be very helpful during holidays and such, but I mean, I don't even know scheduling.
So, I'll try this motion. I move to approve the animal control officer plan option A as presented, to have a job description and the ACO training scheduled for the board's review the next select board meeting.
Second.
Can I ask, well, you're in the middle of a vote, but.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any discussion? You got,
So you wanna review the job description at the next meeting? Because if you do, that wastes a couple weeks, and the problem being. I have until July 1 to find and train people. So it's all good, but. Unfortunately, we're under the gun here.
Mr. Chair,
yes,
I would like to see a copy of it anyway. Regardless if we have it as a group or not, I would like to see it before it's implemented.
Would it be possible if we were sent separately and if we had any feedback individually, we could send it to James? I mean, it's not like it'd probably be nothing major that the rest of us wouldn't have probably agreed on.
I
If
would
there's
vote
still
that way because I
Yeah.
too would like to see the job description and the training schedule. I mean, I'm approving it, putting my name out on it. I'd like to see it before I sign off.
Well, so I'm just gonna point this out, but, the board has in the past said, okay, these things are part of your job description, go do it. And so I've written job descriptions and posted jobs before, so.
Oh, I have another idea. We could just have a one-time small little meeting and look at it before our meeting. If it was done beforehand, that would be a possibility.
I'm trying to think if the
If the board wants, barn inspections and animal
Yeah.
inspections included in a job description, the rest of it is just an animal control job description. I get that from many other.
yeah, I think, the name of it, the Jacob's, operation plan.
Jacob's,
operation plan,
yeah.
I was
The
thinking,
wage and study plan.
I think there's a job description in there, the ACO.
Fuck, we have one.
I thought it was in there and the board did it says draft on the online, thing, if you find it and look at it, but I recall that the board did vote to accept it.
Yeah, I've used those as templates before and just changed what I hadn't changed to. You know,
So
I don't know, again, I don't know if it's bar inspection in it, so I'd have to add it to that, but. I've used those as templates before.
So would the board be amendable to? We can do it that way.
I trust James to put up the job description. Just make sure you include the lawn inspections.
Yep, and that's outlined by a state law anyway, so there's not a whole bunch of wiggle room to it.
So you'd like to put this out there and have it before, that's the other thing, so post this, as soon as you come up with the description and, we try to get people by July 1.
Yeah, because it would be wonderful if I managed to pull someone who was already certified, trained ACO, but I'm not overly hopeful. So if we have to, you know, there's different, some things they can do online, and then there is the core competency class that they're taking isn't until September. So we're gonna have to see what we get, and you know, legally speaking, they don't have to go to the training, but I don't want to put someone out there until they can. Yeah, until they can, until they're competent enough, but maybe with enough of the online trainings, we'd feel comfortable prior to that, because going from July through midway through September without ACO is not ideal. So one of the things they have to do is, it's worth, I think, 16 credits is a 2-day core competency class that the state puts on pretty much once a year. I think it's twice a year, and the next one's in September. So that's unfortunate and concerning, but there's a number of other credits that they have to earn that they can do online. So at least if they take enough of those, you know, they at least hopefully be good enough to do basic stuff. But the sooner I get these people in, the sooner they can start training.
I would amend a motion to approve the ACO plan option A as presented, and to have job description and ACO training scheduled for the board's review via email. And to allow the town administrator to post the same at the earliest convenience.
Second.
Any other further input from the board?
I think that this is a good starting point, and then if we decide that we need to bring on another person at a later date, if the funding is there, that's something that we can definitely look into.
So. Any other input on the motion? On the motion, how would you vote, Mr. May?
Yeah.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Culver?
Yes.
Mr. Stowe?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett is yes.
Mr. Chair, so once I do the job description, I send it to the board, but then I can post it. I missed that last part.
Yes, for the board's review, via email, and then if anybody notices anything or something, has a question on it, I could.
Okay.
fit to.
Okay.
But because, yeah, we need to have something in place July 1. but
Okay.
The agreement ends.
Okay, very good.
If there happens to be a debate or something like that, do we circle back and maybe do a?
No, we don't debate. You,
Okay.
you can do an email that has to be private back and forth.
That's why. the
We can
administrator-
conduct business, but it's just us to the administrator.
Just the
I'm hoping
administration.
that there's no major changes made by the board because by individual board members that conflict, because then that way.
Yes,
So I would just keep it simple.
believe the job description is in that packet,
Yeah.
that's already been.
Yep.
Voted on.
I'll use that as going forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to work past 10 o'clock, please.
Unfortunately, I'll second.
Motion to work past 10 p.m.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Any discussion? Mr. May,
Yeah.
Ms. Graves,
Yes,
Ms. Clover,
Yes.
Mr. Toll,
Yes.
Mr. Bennett is yes. Next item on the agenda is item I, accept senior center donations.
Mr. Chair,
Minister of,
I would move, we accept the senior center donations as presented.
Second.
motion made and seconded to accept, senior center donations as presented. Any discussion?
Now that it's accepted as presented from John and Doris Brooks, $100, Nancy Sutherland, $50, Jeff Bennett, $500, submitted by Jackie Bryan.
Thank you all.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you all.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none on the motion, how would you vote, Mr. May?
Yes.
Ms. Graves,
yes,
Ms. Culver,
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett is yes. And again, the generosity of town people, to the senior center, has been ongoing this year. It seems like every meeting, every other meeting, there are donations, no matter the amount, it's very much appreciated. It goes into a, particular fund, overseen by the treasurer, and it goes for, senior center activities and items. So, again, thank you so much to the residents for, their extreme generosity in, these times. Next item, fiscal 27, the select board meeting schedule, Mr. Administrator.
Yes, in your packet is a schedule that I recommend. Last year I gave you two, but because Conservation and Agricultural Commission use the first and third Monday of the month, I did the second Monday, and as my memo, second and fourth Monday, and as my memo stated, once we hit late February, I worked in extra meetings, so the board has time to go through the budget detail. And I just, to try and be helpful, I put a bunch of important dates that wasn't meant to be all encompassing. Partly for me, because I'm definitely gonna look back on this too. Remember stuff, but that's why I chose those dates for the board meeting for FY 27.
Mr. Chair,
If,
special town meeting is on Veterans Day.
yes, I, also, considering that date, Um. I did not see a date in here for the tax classification hearing, which has to be held prior to the tax recap sheet being submitted. That involves the accountant, the treasurer, the town clerk, the board of assessors, mainly the board of assessors. Looking at past dates when timeframes when they've had that tax classification hearing, I reached out to the deputy assessor. As well as asking about what would be a good date for the tax classification hearing regarding the tax recap, which has to be done in time so the tax bills can be sent out on January 1 as the town operates on a cash basis. So the special town meeting in November 11th, I think is it's a little late. And excuse me. And the deputy assessor, Mr. Graves, said I offered up a couple of dates off the top of my head. I said I would run it through the board. September 28th, 2026 would be too early for the tax classification hearing. Due to there's a number of reports that have to get done, and some of it the assessors are involved in. He thinks it would be better for it to be held on a meeting of October 26th with, say something happens, a backup date of November 9th. Timing being the issue, to get the tax rate set on time. The town meeting, special town meeting being held that late in November. If any money articles and things are voted on there, it has an effect on the tax recap process. So I would ask that the board consider scheduling the tax classification. That's the annual thing where the Board of Assessors comes to the selectmen and recommends if you have a single tax rate for all properties in town, residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, or if you have a split tax rate. Historically, the board has followed the advice of the Board of Assessors and had a single tax rate classification, regardless of which way it goes. That is something that we have to do by law. And regarding the so there's that to consider. And then the opening of the special town meeting warrant, which according to our bylaws and state law is a 28-day event. We have to have the warrant, according to our bylaws, open for 14 days. It has to be posted by the town clerk in the required places according to our bylaws for 14 days, according to state law. So rather than open the special town meeting warrant as late as September 28th, I was, as we did last year, open it earlier and close the warrant on September 21st, and we could approve it the 28th. And October 21st is a Wednesday for the special town meeting. So we would have it in time before tax rate classification hearing and giving the assessors a good amount of leeway in case for any financial articles. that would have an effect on the tax recap sheet. So again, schedule tax classification hearing for October 26th, which is one of the it's the only October meeting scheduled, and
When will we think about
so
town meeting? The
so
20
is the board that amendable, schedule that
21st.
classification hearing for the October 22nd meeting.
that early?
Because again, that's required board duty.
So you wanna have the special town meeting on the 21st?
Well, that's, again, talking with the deputy assessor and the timing, and what is involved in the tax recap process. If any money articles happen, that would have, they could potential to have an effect on the tax rate setting process, because the tax recap sheet actually sets the tax rate to pay for what was voted, appropriated at the annual town meeting. So that new tax rate goes into effect on January 1. And July 1 through December 31st is actually, like estimated, you get estimated tax bills because the tax rate from the previous year is
Insufficient.
not potentially gonna cover what town meeting just voted to spend. So one of them, simple but a little complicated government things. So we're, again, emailing the deputy assessor today. His offer and suggestion was for, October 21, 2026 for the special town meeting. Again, this hasn't, sometimes some of the things that we do, what we have to do, what we choose to do when we're picking dates, we need to be cognizant of the ripple effect and one of the things that involved.
So if our meeting's on the 21st, when will we open the warrant? What date would that be looking at?
The 28th.
We could
No,
do that, as we did last year, we opened it like in August and closed it.
yeah, we did.
So,
I'll go with 8/24 since we
if we have an August
Yeah, we could do it.
24th meeting, we could open it then,
Yeah,
and then we can close it. Have 28 days, I just picked a number. It could close on the 21st of September, and then we could approve it at our meeting on September 28th. And that's time for it to get to the advisory committee and for them to have about 3 weeks to, and again, we'd let them know as soon as possible. When we open the warrant, we'll let them know the time frame, and then they can plan their pre-town meeting for that.
I like this schedule.
so it'd be open it on 8/24, close it on 9/21, vote on it on 9/28. And then the special town meeting would be 10/21, and then the task class would be 10/26.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
okay, I just wanna make sure I had it right.
Um,
You got that, James?
So,
The other thing I noticed was the organization of the board. Is that like what we just did today? Cause if that is, should be 5/24 because of the annual town election. It should be our 5/24 meeting. I had that highlighted.
So annual town meeting, you're changing 5/24.
No, where it says where he has 6/14 board organization.
Yeah.
If you look at the annual town election, then we would have, and if you look at if you look at the schedule on 5/24, we have a meeting. So that would put us at reorganization on 5/24, not 6/14.
Okay.
Yeah,
The other item is just to be clear, the 12/14 meeting is the liquor license approvals, but we also have a number of annual license and permit renewals to do, such as the common victual licenses, which is the food. We have amusement licenses to do, live entertainment licenses, our class 2 and class 3. And if Crow Hill Motorsports submits anything, their recreational track permit. And those are things that have to be done before the end of the year.
I also had something I noticed in October, we only had the, I mean, granted, we'll be moving our town meeting, but we only had the one, we only had one, regular meeting. For us in October. Nothing on the 5th or the 19th.
There was a holiday on the second Tuesday, and then the first and third belong to.
I just feel like if you're doing warrants and town meetings and stuff, I would think it'd be smart to have a meeting on October, at least October 5th.
So if you can, if you want, you can do that and just displace Conservation Commission, but and that's fine, I totally get the point. It's up to the board, but just remember that when we get to budget season, we're gonna be displacing, conservation. AgCom a bit, because we're doing weekly meetings.
You're going from. What is it? The 20, September 28th. What was this? September 28th, and then you're going all the way. Until it's not, I just based on our fall last year, with everything, with the warrant and everything, I just feel like we should have another one on October 5th. I think it's. Or even if it's I mean, I don't see where's our workshop? Like, do we usually have like a workshop or something where we go over our you know what I mean, our policies and things? I didn't see
It's
that.
in there, 713.
Oh, that's what we're doing right off the get-go?
Goal setting.
Okay. Oh, so that's what it's called, goal setting? Okay.
We can add.
Yeah, I understand that. I just feel like we're done. I just like to have
Yeah,
the schedules
just
and not.
Don't like displacing other boards and committees. We set a schedule for this purpose.
What was that? Oh, that's it.
And
Goal 713. Very first one.
So we're gonna go from 9/28, and then our next meeting won't be until 10/26 for October. So it'll be after the special town meeting, which is at 10/21. And there'll be nothing between 10/28 all the way through. I'm just saying, I just don't feel like it's gonna be. Until the 21st of our meeting, our town meeting, a special town meeting is gonna be the 21st. I just wanna say this out loud one more time in my brain. And from September 28th, we're not gonna have another meeting until we hit the town meeting. So we're not gonna meet again as a board until in October at all, until we go to the town meeting when we go up on the stage. It seems not logical. that we wouldn't need a meeting. I mean, is the 19th, I mean, even like a couple days before the meeting. Oh, that means the 5th and the 19th. I understand the 12th is Columbus Day. Is that what it is, Columbus Day? Yeah, Columbus Day.
If the first and the third Mondays are the agricultural. And the,
We can vote, I mean, we can do a different day of the week. I mean, I just feel like between the 28th of September to the town meeting on the 21st,
it's been done before, Candace.
Yeah.
We have gone to one meeting throughout the summer. For
Oh.
multiple years.
Before, right before town meeting, okay. This is a schedule, so when you do a schedule, usually.
What else?
Oh,
It's Wolverton.
Oh.
Mr. Chair, I think.
yes,
No, I was just,
Oh, you raising your hand?
no, I was just,
No, never mind.
The bracketed ones, James, the 329, the 45, 412, 419, 426.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
So as I mentioned in the memo, those are extra meetings, for you to have if you, to get into the budget.
Okay, I just wanted you to say it out loud. Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Moran.
My only concern at this point is the dates for the budget meetings. I don't wanna be in the same position next year as we were in this year. Right at the, up to the last minute, right up to here, making decisions, right, before the town meeting. Is there any way that we can push those forward?
Oh, you're not gonna get the schools really any sooner than what I have there. And then going too soon, you run into, the cherry sheet. The first, House 1 cherry sheet not being done yet. So that's kind of why first look, I'm gonna have draft our budget usually the end of February. And that was pretty good. This year it would have been end of February, but we got that snow day, so then it'd be in the first one in March. But the draft one, the end of February is tight. So you guys, but once you get draft one, I think you could start, having the major discussions, starting on the 22nd February. And then the Saturday meeting, the 13th, followed by the schools. So I don't think the schools are gonna come any earlier. The earlier they are, the more, estimated it is. Oh, it's an interesting question, Mr. May. It's tight.
So with a follow-up to Mr. May's concern, the, when would you start asking for the department heads' budgets?
I'm gonna say, so it was, it had to happen to me, middle of January, I think, this year. And the reason for that was so that they'd have at least 6 months of FY 26 done.
So,
And if I asked for it sooner, then you'd have 6 months done. Oh. And then I have to meet with them, drop it down, put it together. Iron things out, find errors, go back and forth. And then put together a decent presentation for you. An explanation, usually, I did a PowerPoint last time, it's just, this stuff just takes time, unfortunately.
I just think you could ask the departments for their budget. Start their stuff in December.
They used to.
I think they start in December, but they, submit in January, because again, I want them to be able to see 6 months of their spending and their trends. We might be able to start having the weekly meetings, a little sooner. So, you could. You might be able to push the Saturday budget meeting to the, prior Saturday, and then that would really kind of kick things off.
Bring that down to like 3-6. That would be.
Yeah.
For myself personally, that's really where I'd like to see some more time, is between the time we have the budget presentation and the town meeting.
And when we have that meeting.
Right, between the budget meeting and the annual town meeting. I would be.
I guess we could do 3-6. I think the reason why I avoided that was because we're gonna spend. 8 hours here on a Saturday, and then that Monday, I'm gonna be here for another 4 hours.
That's what we signed up for.
So I think that's why I spread out the meetings a bit, not to mention if we. We did it on Saturday, I'm not gonna have any updates for you on the 8th, so, but you'd be able to talk about what you saw on Saturday. But like, so, if you catch little things on Saturday, you're not gonna have it for the 8th.
Understood.
Hiddleston.
Again, regarding the uh, school budget, specifically NRSD, I believe they have a policy on their finances. Of meeting with the towns or putting out information sooner than I believe before February, I believe. I'll have to check on, I don't have it in the top of my head, but there'd be something for the school liaison perhaps to look at, or to keep up with. Again, I share Mr. May's concern, the sooner the better.
Can we table this until the next meeting, but have a July 13th meeting?
So,
Well, so I'll just say this, you know, based on the current schedule, you get a draft presentation on 22nd of February. You get your Saturday meeting on the 13th. And then, you know, at that point, you know, you have the school presentation on the following select board meeting, but at that point, you're off and running. So you got, you know, the 22nd, 29th, 4th, 5th, 12th, 19th, you don't have to take until the 26th. You know, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 good, you know, budget meetings. You know, in addition to, you know, obviously your first look at it on the 22nd. That's when you'll, you know, have it, so February 22nd, so I mean.
That'll be provided the state gets the House one draft out to us in time. Which they have historically not done in the past.
That's kind of why the budget process follows this timeline, because there's a lot we don't control.
I understand.
but we have good solid, uh, past year's data to go by, to pencil in my view, to pencil in what state revenue will be, chapter 90, chapter 70. At the rate they're going, they just did a budget supplement for 26, so
So are we keeping the 6th, or are we going to the 6th, or are we staying with the 13th in March? For the budget Saturday. Was unclear on that.
You know, these extra meetings are also weekly. You are free to schedule midweek meetings. We had some Wednesday meetings, so. It's also not on the table if you get to this point, if you start getting there and feel, okay. I need more time, let's come.
We already put it on.
One question I just thought of, so when we get to this point where we're doing these extra meetings, so as opposed to the second and fourth Monday of the month. Should I consider these all regular meetings where we have citizen input, or should meetings that are not on the second and fourth Monday be considered special meetings? That don't have like the citizen input and I think 3 minutes. It's different in our policy, so would those meetings be considered special or would they be considered regular?
Maybe, they're off cycle meetings, right?
Well, I guess it depends how you define regular and special. If we schedule this out ahead of time, that's kind of a regular meeting. But I guess it depends how you classify it.
I would think those are.
Yeah, if we're, in my view, if we're gonna have, meetings for just the budget. Just school as a special meeting, so we just have that one thing to,
All right,
to go.
meetings that are just for the budget will be considered special meetings.
Those would be in the bracket, right?
Yes, and the Saturday meeting. Cause
Yeah.
we're considering it, because all we're doing is the budget there.
Yeah. That makes sense.
The board want to take more time to think about this, I can make these updates that we all agreed to, and we can discuss it at the next June meeting.
I'm good with the updates.
So I'll make the updates and I can bring this back to the board.
All right.
I would be agreeable to that.
I'll make a motion to table.
So. Motion made and seconded to table item J till our next select board meeting. Any further discussion? Hearing none on the motion, how do you vote, Mr. May? Yes. Ms. Graves?
Yep.
Ms. Tolver? Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett is yes. Next item on the agenda, item K, the transfer station agreement, Mr. Administrator.
So, the intermunicipal agreement between us and, Winchendon for the transfer station is going to expire on, the end of June 30th, 2026. So I created a draft. I'm seeing a spelling error, but other than that, I did create an update to this. It's just a couple pages long. 118 Templeton residents use the transfer station. Actually, have some notes on this. Templeton residents can bring their trash to the Winchendon transfer station and buy stickers from Winchendon for $95 a year. Purchase large bags for $5.25 and small bags for $3.25, which is all the same rate that Winchendon residents pay. Templeton also pays Winchendon an annual fee, which would be $11,000, $12,000, $13,000 over the next 3 years, which covers part of the cost for them to haul away Templeton resident garbage and to help pay for the employees who work there.
Has that increased?
Yes, and $1,000 each year. It was going up by $1,500, but next year it's $1,000 each year. If you divide that out, it's the fund, about $10 per resident or something like that.
Okay.
So they pay $95, plus the town pays the equivalent of about $10 per resident. The other thing too is, I'm surprised that it was only 118. Maybe the town hasn't advertised this enough, and maybe we should, because whether it's 118 residents or 1,000 residents, we're gonna pay $11,000 to Winchendon next year. So why not try and get more residents to go?
Yeah, we should put something out.
Especially, Temple residents that live closer to that.
Yeah.
No, probably not a long time.
I can do an educational piece.
Yeah. Funny thing about taking a PDF, turning it into a Word document, it loves to take the letter T as in Tom and turn it into ones. So that's a fun thing to have to go through and find. I see one on the first page, I guess.
On the number 4, I mean, I'm sure this was probably this is the one we always had. On the amendment section, where the two, the town manager and the town administrator can make, amendments to it.
This amendment only one signed by both parties,
It's kinda
authorized
strange.
time of time. Authorized at any time. Yeah,
Seems a little scary. Maybe I'm not reading it. Borderline scared. I mean, we don't get a vote there.
No, because read the top, it's by the law.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I mean, I'm not gonna make an amendment to Henry's agreement that you approved and authorized me to sign for you without running it by you, but. This is such a simple agreement, I'm not sure what amendment we ever need.
Mr. Chair. I was
Mr. Knight.
gonna say, I'm fine with the overall agreement. The only thing that even bumps me, and it's a small dollar number, I know. But it's a 9% increase in each one of these years. It just, kind of twists me a little bit, but it's a small dollar number, so,
It's,
you know,
Massachusetts trash.
yeah, it's trash.
In Range, a sticker is $50 a year and no particular bags
Mm.
required.
Yeah.
Same setup, it's a town transfer station, DPWs, they,
Probably tax increase of some sort.
it's, they don't call it Massachusetts for nothing. So they go.
Wouldn't want to pay their real estate taxes either.
Any further input on the agreement?
No, I'll make a motion.
So at this time, I would move to accept the transfer station agreement as presented
I'll second that.
and for the town administrator to sign on behalf of the town of Templeton.
I'll second it.
Motion made and seconded. Any more discussion on the motion? Hearing none on the motion, how would you vote? Mr. May?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
Yes.
Ms. Coover?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett is a yes. The next item on the agenda is TCTV enterprise funding. This is aimed as an informational thing for the board. I have researched some. Just considering the recent, funding issues with TCTV. I did a little research. It comes from the, annual town reports. Just a quick rundown, this is all from annual town reports, 2003. Annual report, page 1. The cable committee was formed and works on behalf of the selectmen to negotiate a new cable contract, which expires in September 2005. In 2004, the Cable TV Advisory Committee formed in May 2003, voluntary board made up Templeton residents appointed by the Board of Selectmen. The primary mission of the Templeton TV Advisory Committee is to negotiate and present the Board of Selectmen with a cable television license that best serves Templeton residents beyond the expiration of the present license in September 2005. The committee also oversees the operation and scheduling of programming on cable access channel 8 serving Templeton. The committee has been involved in cable-related matters, including forming an agreement with NRSD, where the head end for channel 8 is located, and attempting to obtain cable TV access for residents in the Wilson Road area. In the 2005 report, per the contract, Comcast Corp. in 2004 paid the town $1,063 or 50 cents per subscriber as of January 1, 2004, as required by law and the contract between Comcast and the town of Templeton. The 2006 report. In December 2005, the All Volunteer Cable TV Advisory Committee, working on behalf of the Board of Selectmen, completed a lengthy negotiation with Comcast Corp. To renew Comcast TV license in Templeton for 10 years. The contract was signed by the Select Board on December 20th, 2005. It kind of contradicts things, but in fiscal 2007, it stated the committee will use funding from Comcast to properly equip a cable access station for Channel 8. The committee will use some of the funding to purchase video recording equipment for NRSD, so students may be educated in video production, broadcasting, and the use of Channel 8. Templeton funding NRSD above the requirements. 2015, pretty much more of the same. The advisory committee operates, maintains the cable access in behalf of the selectmen. Funding for the cable access station comes from public access fees for Comcast charges cable TV subscribers. 2% of all TV revenue the company earns in the town. Fiscal 15, Comcast paid the town $45,597.12 in cable access fees to be used solely to operate and maintain the public access station. The Cable Advisory Board at that time expended $11,490.75 in fiscal 15, various equipment, operational needs, phone, internet fees, security systems. They started stipends for, it says board members, part-time video recording help. Steve Castle is now the chair of the committee. 2016, funding for the cable access station, public access fees, totaling 2% TV revenue Comcast earns in town. Comcast paid in fiscal 16, $47,304.14. Solely to operate and maintain public access station for cable TV related matters. January 2017, the committee was in final negotiations of a license renewal with Comcast that would pay the town 4.25% of TV revenue in town to fund the cable channels operation and cable related activities, as well as $60,000 in a capital grant for the purchase of new equipment. The Cable Advisory Committee expended $85,918.90 in fiscal 16 on various equipment, operational needs, including phone numbers, internet feeds, et cetera. The committee has drawn on its healthy account balance to help pay these expenses until the new license with increased operational funding goes into effect. Steve Castle, Chair. 2017 Annual Report, page 130. Funding for the cable access station, public access fees, cable operator. In fiscal 17, Comcast paid the town $50,560.52 in cable access fees. That is a 10-year license renewal that pays 4.25% TV revenue in town from the cable channels operation, and for cable TV related activities, as well as $60,000 in capital grant to purchase a new equipment. The Cable TV Advisory Committee expended $80,230.46. In fiscal 17, new portable cameras, computers, hard drives, and accessories were purchased totaling $9,752.09. Interns in Narragansett Regional School District helped work productively on TCTV and the Gansett Hour Show, that is Cablecast on school nights. Cable TV Advisory Committee and Templeton Board of Selectmen have since approved opening TCTV for public access to equipment for Templeton and area residents to record and produce shows, TCTV and its related media properties. And as far as when TCTV became an enterprise fund, that was the annual town meeting of 2017, Article 12, to create the Cable Access Enterprise Fund under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53, 7.5. So as most of the board is aware, we had a meeting back in August around the spending appropriation, the appropriations versus spending by TCTV. And back last month, I emailed the town accountant asking about the enterprise fund and the revenue coming in from the cable contract and what has been budgeted. The account writes that the town's cable enterprise fund continues to experience ongoing structural revenue challenges associated with declining cable-related revenues. Based on current fiscal 26 activity, revenues are projected to fall below budgeted estimates. Current status, the fiscal 26 budget revenue is $125,000. The revenue collected to date, $82,422.21. Projected year-end revenue, $107,800. Estimated shortfall, $25,377.79. At present, this reflects a continuation of prior year trends rather than a one-time variance. Depending on year-end results, this may impact retained earnings or require future consideration of funding adjustments. The update is provided for awareness as the fiscal 27 budget is brought forward. I will continue to monitor and report on the fund status through year end respectfully, and the DuPel Town Accountant. And just that you can follow up with this at the annual town meeting with the cable enterprise fund budget, which included a transfer of their retained earnings, which is basically an enterprises funds equivalent of town free cash. And the attempt to amend the motion and transfer $50,000 from free cash into the cable enterprise fund, which was, I took as an end run around this board and the budget process, and the fact that all of the free cash had been accounted for. There was no 50,000 free cash to transfer into that fund. So the board has, several options. We can watch this happen continuously. According to the Division of Local Services, the informational guide release, there are, first of all, cable TV revenue via the Comcast cable contract with the town of Templeton are considered general fund revenues. There are different ways to, you can leave it as general fund revenue, or you can, the town can, town meeting can vote to create an enterprise fund or a special fund, reserve funds such as the ambulance receipts reserved for appropriation. The board can ask town meeting to undo the cable enterprise fund after it's been in existence for 3 years. It has. since 2017 to present. Uh, if you undo the enterprise fund, it would then become general fund revenue, and it would be a general fund department funded the same way as other departments. This is for informational for the board and for residents as well. It's not illegal, you can supplement enterprise funds with general fund revenue for taxation. But my question becomes, why have an enterprise fund if you have financial data? Everyone except Ms. Kova was at the meeting back in August, where 3 fiscal years prior to 26 money was budgeted, and the amount actually spent was above budget, which we've been requiring transfers from free cash, all of the retained earnings, just to offer them. I don't see the enterprise fund working as intended for the department to operate off of just the cable fees alone without making adjustments to how they operate, the number of personnel, et cetera, et cetera. It's the accountant's records show that currently the spending is outpacing the revenue. That's gonna something that's, I think we're gonna have to deal with eventually. It's a town department, it's for town services. There are a whole bunch of meetings that do not get videoed for whatever reason. It's been 6 years, I believe, where we have presentation after presentation from the committee or Mr. Castle that, we're doing this, and this, and we'll make the money. We're gonna generate revenue, It has not materialized. Seems like we're spending a lot, but nothing is coming from it. It's almost like it's getting to be like a commercial TV station rather than public education and government. Again, this is informational. It's kind of eye-opening, a little bit of research that was involved. And again, this is something to think about as we move forward into the next budget season and with the special town meeting that will be happening in October. I can forward the email. I believe everybody got it, but in case you didn't, forward it to you. And it has the revenue numbers. Said the account's tracking. So it's not necessarily good news, but
Can we put on a future agenda item, possibly discussing reorganization of this particular department? I know it's not a department, but committee, and giving them our specific needs.
yes, and to that point, I believe, and I wasn't in government at all in 04, 05. When the committee was, what I get from the annual town reports, reading it and stuff, the selectmen basically said, hey, we're gonna have this committee. You guys deal with Comcast rather than what we have now is, I mean, the first town coordinator was in the 90s, but as far as MCPO and contract stuff, and I mean, town council was involved in some looking at the details of the contract, but I don't know if the advisory committee is still relevant. Their task originally was to negotiate with Comcast, but maybe that's more of a thing. the board and town council through the administrator to do, the next one, but, again, just looking at the finances of the committee, it's, seems like it's kind of getting out of hand, they're spending, they're outpacing their revenue coming in from the cable contract, so it's something we need to deal with, we just can't keep kicking that can down the road because, again, a department or a committee just gets on town meeting floor and says, hey, yeah, we want to transfer 50,000 from free cash. I took that as kind of, again, it's around the whole budget process that we went through. Yeah, if you need that presented, don't go to the advisory committee and say, oh, I'm going to transfer something, but I can't tell you what department it is. But I'm just, but again, the biggest thing for me is the spending versus the revenue coming in for the enterprise fund. If you want a look at how one community operates within the revenue, it's right on the Winchendon Town website page. It shows the budget of their public access TV, how they work it and their revenue and their expenses. And it balances right out. It's just, again, this is finance and it's kind of our responsibility. And I just think it's something that's important that we don't need to, do anything with today or tomorrow, but looking forward the next budget and even further outward. It's something that just can't keep going. I don't think the board can be fiscally responsible to the residents and just let this continue. We have enough financial issues as it is. So. That is, again, that was informational for the board and it's all in annual town reports. And the accountant is gonna continue to give us updates on that revenue situation. The last item on the agenda is item M for employee layoffs, town administrator.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, I put this item on the agenda because, we know for the most part what our budget is. For FY 27, and so that includes a number of layoffs, and so before I pull the trigger, I just wanted to, let you know that. I'd like to begin this process because the, people who we're laying off, I want to give them as much notice as possible. So that they can begin looking for work and putting their ducks in a row, plus there's paperwork and stuff that we have to do on our end to properly let someone go, so. I just wanted to make sure the board was okay with me doing what we need to do.
And I know, I received a few emails from residents. I'm assuming the rest of the board has as well. As I stated earlier, talking with, when the fire chief was here, I think the reality is hitting home, and, it's people may be realizing this is my assumption from what I hear and how it's worded, that, the reality is here, the board was not scaring anybody, was not gonna find all the money. It's been said in the past, oh, the selectmen, they'll find the money, they always do. It's not gonna happen. What we said, and again, the message may not have been the best, time was our enemy. But we stated we could have a non-override funded budget with some hurt in it. And it's not fun, it's not pleasant. We also made some statements that we were not going to do, such as close the library or the senior center. There's some services in there that are very important. And it, some of this, when we said we were gonna do, ask for an override, it was because the reality was the money is not there to do just the same things we did the previous year with the same amount of people and the same amount of effort and things. The dollars aren't there. So we did not ask for an override presented to the public, to the voters, just to do it. We were pretty specific on if this one passes, this is how much we were gonna ask town meeting to appropriate. So have some excess capacity levy wise, so we would not have to repeat this same evolution next budget season, which is almost around the corner. It'll be here rather quickly. And while we're talking about the overrides, and I know some people say, hey, we said no, no is no, don't you understand it? However, I think some people, and maybe more than we think, I don't know. With the reality coming and talking about layoffs and hearing department heads, it's gonna, and some of this depends on the outcome of the school budget. The other member town, Phillipston, has a town meeting next Wednesday with an article contingent upon passage of Prop 2.5 override. The special election, I think, would be June 30th, but depending on how that goes, and whether we go to district-wide meetings to determine the actual school assessments to the towns, that is an unknown, and that could have an effect on our town budget. But I would state that I am in favor, and I think the board should, given that we will have some time between now and special town meeting in October. I'm not saying it's easy, it costs some money, but I think it would be worth revisiting. And again, we have the advantage of a little bit of time and not so much under the crunch of the budget to discuss an override ask for a second time with a more, perhaps two questions, one very specific, this is our basic needs, this is what we have to have, and maybe that just my opinion, I'm thinking out loud here, but we can cover this at the next meeting, but to maybe have one that would prevent the cuts this year, fund what we need to fund with, and also looking ahead, because I don't envision the town's cost, just like everybody's home's budget. I just went grocery shopping for me and little guy, and it's not going down, it's going up and up and up, like everything else. I used to, $100 used to fill my tank, and now it's 200. So I think it's worth the time, and it will be worth the effort to put it in. I don't want to go down the road like, have 4 override, just keep asking, but I think it's worth a second ask, like the Main Street Bridge debt exclusion question we did. Perhaps something, maybe we could put this on our next meeting or in a July meeting to discuss a number and approach and an ask and a when, and also, we talk with the town clerk, maybe July would be the better meeting, because we will know what the other member town had did, and then we'll know whether we're headed for district-wide meetings. And this is repeat of 2013, district-wide meetings, a special election for an override, and an override special town meeting vote. And maybe it would go the way it did then, which we passed, on a smaller amount, but, that's my thought on the layoffs and the override. As I said, Chief, I would speak to this at this time. I think it's worth, a second pass.
So-
I think we have the time and we're not under the budget crunch, to get something to town meeting. So we could have a better message, better information, and if we do district-wide meeting, then we will have a thing to say, hey, look, this is gonna determine, not only the school assessment, but some of our budget, issues in town. But, rest of the board, I don't know how you feel about asking. for the
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
So Phillipston's gonna go, they're gonna talk about their thing, maybe they'll have an election, maybe they, to do a 2.5 or not. We may go district-wide or not. The bottom line is, the people, on the floor, they voted for a very high budget for the school that we don't have the funds for. And with the zero, and this is the problem that residents pointed out in the material they were given at the meeting, it made it very unclear when you looked at that page where it showed the different budgets, about the way the school fit in that equation, because it didn't show the revenues. I just wanted to make it clear that if something happens, God forbid, that, we have to go with the, high number for the school, that we would have to make more cuts because the budget that we voted for, the zero version, doesn't accommodate for it. And that is the honest truth on that. And hopefully that's not gonna be the case, but that is the scenario based on the floor votes that we've had up to date and without Phillipston's input. So that's where we're at now. And then what you're talking about is a possibility of, if we did do district meeting to go to the, I'm getting this clear, is a possibility to go for another 2.5 possible vote or override in the fall. But my question is, we voted for a zero budget. How does that work if right now we stand with the higher number for the school, in our equation? Are we allowed to spend our money out come July? I don't really how that works.
district-wide, go ahead.
So sure, well, I was just gonna say, we would begin spending our budget as appropriated, but what's gonna happen is, sounds like we're gonna head to a district meeting to decide what we're gonna owe the schools. But regardless, even if, well, the school budget either way has to be figured out, because right now our budget's out of balance, the FY 27 budget's out of balance
Yeah.
because we voted, one number for us, one number for school doesn't add up to the revenue that we have. But we'd start spending our FY 27 budget as appropriated, so we have a budget, but it needs to be balanced by the time. All the documents, whatever, go towards setting the tax rate and the recap. But it's good, I think the district meeting's gonna push us faster in that direction. I'm not sure when that would happen, late June, early July, but anything that is approved for the school above what they received last year, so flat budget, anything above that would require us to cut more or seek additional revenue. So these cuts that we're talking about, these layoffs, this is if the school gets nothing, it's a flat budget. So
Yeah,
anything
last
above
year's
that,
number.
yeah, anything above that is even more, we would have to cut them out.
So that would be the 8,700,000 and something last year's number.
Yeah.
That's what we budgeted on the zero version, not the 2.5, because I know we did it a couple of different times, so I just want to make a
Yeah, zero
clarification.
budget was flat for them, and then in our,
The extra 200 and was it 19, if we were to do the 2.5
yeah.
to get to the 906.
If we got a $2 million one, I think we were giving them 2.5%, so, but, they got, the number that we put at town meeting was much more than that, it was 2.5% plus, like, I think $500,000 or something.
12.7%.
But this is all like, so if, this is all contingency, what is if Phillipston wants to pay their, they have the money and they decide they're gonna, like, at their meeting, they vote to pay the money,
Then we would have to come up with,
the 10 million something.
yeah, that extra $2 million or 1 point something million, whatever it was.
5
It's
million.
some scary stuff there.
So,
I think if we're gonna put an override forth, we need to be very clear in where the funds are gonna go. And the fact that we are gonna be saving some of our, police and fire. Or attention to.
so it's an interesting, not a fun budget year, but it's an interesting one. So we will wait, to see, what happens, next Wednesday. And depending on that vote, what happens on, June 30th. But then we will know, if we're going district-wide meetings or not. And district-wide, meetings in 1/12 budget, the school district comes under some spending restrictions as well, so. Interesting time to be, on this board.
And if we do go into the district wide, will we get, the actual number that we would like, you know, cause I know it's a bigger number, like if, cause we won't be a part of that. They'll be, it'll be their meeting. But members of our board and the community can go to the floor and help lower that number to something that our town could afford. So,
It's a combined, what it is really basically, it's a big, combined town meeting that is run by the school committee.
Yeah.
And Templeton has the most votes, so if people show up, Templeton has to say. But you have to show up.
I did the last one. I remember it quite well.
So that is the last item on the agenda. We have an executive session before we get there. Board member comments, Mr. May,
Nope, not tonight.
Ms. Graves?
Yes, I have, just a couple of things. I wanted to let you all know that I had made sure that the tracker that I did as a vice chair was all updated. It's always been online, the copy version of it. And I did print out some of the stuff for the last few years that we didn't accomplish and this past year on, some of the stuff, that corresponds with it. I will make sure that our new vice chair gets the ability to go into it and to make any changes that they would like to do on the tracker. But this just shows you in case anybody wanted anything from previous meetings or anything to use. I just thought I'd print out what it is that we didn't accomplish in the last several years. So
All right,
if anybody wants, I sent copies down to the end if anybody wants. But it's also online. You can go online under the select board, under tracker, and if you click it, it will show you the updated version of it. It's always been there.
Sure. That it?
Oh, and I just wanted to, just thank everybody in the community, you know, that, my family they had reached out to my family, because we had a loss, so I just wanted to thank everybody for that. It was really appreciated, for a loss of our dear Becca, Graves. That everybody in town knows her as, and she was an alumni of Narragansett, so I just wanted to thank everybody, that, reached out to our family. We really appreciate it.
Ms. Colvin?
Yes, first of all, I'd like to start off by saying thank you to everybody who took the time to go out and vote, and who voted me into this position. I'm looking forward to working with everybody, The other thing that I wanted to mention was, the condition that the town is in financially and the state funding formulas. I'd like to encourage everybody to reach out to your state representatives. They need to hear you. They need to hear us as a community and the shortfalls, in regards to the funding formulas that are totally outdated. I did, do a presentation, I did like a brochure and it was mentioned on the state floor recently, which I thought was fabulous. They did hear me. I did share it on social media. I encourage others to do the same. And again, it's not necessarily a town issue, it's a state issue. All of the towns surrounding us are going through the same issues with the layoffs and things of that sort. So I do think that we need to be vocal, we need to have our voices heard, and they really need to make those adjustments. And I am gonna be looking to put together something with the community to have our voices heard, so stay tuned for that. And the other thing is I do want people to know that these budget cuts are not taken lightly. There was a lot of time taken in regards to reviewing the budget this past year. These last couple of months, I don't think I've attended or listened to so many meetings and dived into the budget myself, trying to come up with stuff. And I want to thank everybody here for your time in doing that. And it didn't go unrecognized and it is very much appreciated. And that's it.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I've shared with the members of the board, the TA, the administrative assistant, and with our town clerk, a number of town residents that have recently passed. It's almost becoming impossible to stay on top of it. My thoughts and prayers to every family member who has lost a loved one in the last week or two. The numbers are becoming staggering. And I hate to be the one always bearing the bad news, but unfortunately, it's a sign of the times, I do believe. I always like to end on a positive note, and I am going to do so. A week ago today, we had the parade for Memorial Day. We had a quite interesting and wrenching day, as we said with the American Legion Honor Guard. It was the tears from above, honoring our fallen. But then the sun came out. It was a little breezy, but it settled down. We pulled the parade off without a hitch. And for everybody who turned out, thank you. For everybody who lined the parade route, thank you. It was very much appreciated. And if you didn't get a chance to do it, it was on TCTV. Come out and join us next year. And there is a little bit of fellowship with the Legion afterwards. Everybody's always invited. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll follow up with that. That's a good analogy of the rain being tears from above. I didn't think about that as I was walking through many cemeteries that I usually do over Memorial Day. But that's a way to look at it, I guess. Tears from above. First of all, I'd like to welcome a new member, April Culver. I want to thank her for stepping up and running. If you look at the ballot, you go into vote, there were a number of spots, no one was running. Or perhaps maybe one incumbent. With all the chatter and all the people and all the questions and all of this and that, I would expect the town clerk to have a line out the building when nomination time comes around, but it is not the case. Sadly, even people who stepped up and volunteered, this board appointed them, asking them if to a board or entity committee till the next election time, hoping they would run. Sadly, they do not follow through. So we end up with a lot of open positions, a few that got write-in votes with 4 or 5. It's just, so I'm very thankful that we have a new member step up and get elected. I would also like to publicly thank the individual that Ms. Culver took. It was Ms. Lisa Basso. She got elected last year to fulfill the rest of the term from a member who resigned from the board with a year left. So I'd like to publicly thank her for taking the time, the effort. She was only here a year, but I spoke with her at the election day, and she's considers herself a better informed voter. She said it was a wonderful experience. If her family situation straightens out, she might be back. She indicated she might be interested in the advisory committee, which would be it's an interesting term. I've done it myself. And we always need people, to volunteer for various communities and, committees. One last thing, I gambled. I was hoping we were going to, get done earlier, but, I have a public comment, written, statement submitted to the board from Noel Francis. I will quickly read it into the record. Public comment concerning Article 15 of the 2026 Annual Town Meeting, the June 1st, 2026 Select Board Meeting, to Mr. Bennett and the Select Board. I would like to offer the public comment for June 1, 2026 meeting concerning the recent adoption of Article 15 at the most recent Annual Town Meeting. I appreciate the fact that the Select Board saw fit to include this warrant article and that voters decided to pass this article. I have long expressed publicly that the trust fund investment rules pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 54, were too conservative, permitting town officials to invest trust funds of the town in little more than savings bank accounts pursuant to an approved list compiled by the Massachusetts Banking Commissioner. The recent passage and accepted by the town of the prudent investment rule defined Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 203, Charlie, significantly broadens the authority of the trustees, the investment funds of the town. The trustees of the funds of the town can now invest the funds much like conservative investment portfolio. I see this greater investment latitude as an opportunity for the town to invest more aggressively through the existing state-sponsored Massachusetts Depository Trust or other prudent trustees appointed by the Select Board. One example of how the town may benefit is changing the handling of the annual contribution to the Worcester County Retirement System. For fiscal 2026, the appropriation was $1,479,710, with a reduced appropriation of $1,454,682 if paid on July 1 at the beginning of the fiscal year. In other words, the Worcester County Retirement System offered a discount of $25,028 for early payment or a 1.6% discount. In a fiscal year within the past 5 years, the Worcester County Retirement System offered a discount of 2.5% for early payment and invested those funds with 11% return, which was permitted by the prudent investor rule. If the town instead had kept the $1,479,710 and invested with a return of 11% and then paid the Worcester County Retirement System at the end of the fiscal year on June 30th, the town would have earned 11% or $162,768.00. By keeping the money during the entire fiscal year, the town would have gained a net of $137,740. While I understand that there is a risk of loss and the average return on investment over time may be 6 or 7% rather than the 11%, doing almost anything should earn a return of greater than 1.6% discount offered by Worcester County Retirement System. Fiscal 26, the town has been holding the following monies in trust, approximate totals. Worcester County Retirement System, 26 appropriation, $1,479,710. NRSD contributions, fiscal 26, $8,787,299. Monty Tech contribution, fiscal year 26, $633,606.00. General Stabilization Fund, April 26 BVA, $1,573,156. Municipal Capital Stabilization Fund, BVA, April, $62,455. Sewer Stabilization Fund, April, BVA, fiscal 26, $124,143. Infrastructure Stabilization Fund, April, BVA, fiscal 26, $173,586.00. Opioid Stabilization Fund, April, BVA, fiscal 26, $17,339. Community Preservation Fund, start fiscal year 26, $854,878. CapEx, does not have a number total, $13,706,172. I believe that out of the $13 million plus dollars that is potentially possible to invest $5 million or keep $5 million continually invested with the MMDT under the prudent investor rule. If one uses the historical return of 6% of $5 million, this is a return on investment of $300,000. If the return on the $5 million is instead the return of 11%, which was obtained by Worcester County Retirement System, who had that return one recent fiscal year acting as a prudent investor, the return on investment would be $550,000. If the town chose to be more aggressive and invested $10 million with the MMDT under the prudent investment rule, using a historical return of 6%, the return on investment would rise to $600,000. If the return on investment was 11%, the return on investment would total $1.1 million. I believe the town could easily earn under the new prudent investment rule $400,000 per year. While I am not a financial professional, there are numerous ways to reduce the downside risk and maximize the upside potential at the same time. One method is to invest in ladder bond funds with set downside risk of no more than 10%, unlimited upside. There are also annuities and income funds with guaranteed rates of return, various percentages such as 8% return. Assuming that the town does earn $400,000, where should the town spend such money? I have voiced priorities over the years. In particular, I have stressed the need for a full-time senior services director. More recently, I have spoken about the need for a full-time planner, which this select board has made a priority. I also believe that TCTV could greatly benefit from potential investment income. Mr. Castle has found himself in the past couple of years in the unenviable position of constantly chasing revenue dollars because of the decline in Comcast subscription income for TCTV. Investment income monies could stabilize TCTV until Mr. Castle can obtain more stable sources of income. Mr. Castle has, at the time of this writing, obtained funding for fiscal 2027, which will last only until January 2027 or half of the fiscal year 27. Perhaps returns on invested monies could assist him in TCTV prior to January 2027. These potential monies could also, over time, provide a partial solution to the gap, which is now over $1.3 million between what department heads now request for capital expenditures each fiscal year and what the town is able to provide. While I hope the additional pilot monies are received from the Commonwealth and are used to address this now annual shortfall down the road, investment returns might assist the town in the short term. I hope that the Select Board Advisory Committee give this matter serious consideration. I strongly believe that the recent adaptation of the prudent investor rule represents a strong opportunity to provide some degree of financial flexibility while your Select Board and Town Administrator grapple with the many pressing needs of the town. I would welcome the opportunity to discuss this further with the Select Board or the Advisory Committee should you decide to place this on a future agenda. Respectfully submitted, Noel Francis. Copy to the Town Administrator and the Advisory Committee Chair. I will just simply say that some of the points might be valid. However, this is government and the accountant, which I forwarded to the board and Mr. Francis. There are certain rules and certain things that not all of those things are financially able to do, the town to do, or it would require us to appropriate more money for the Worcester County Retirement Fund if we're not going to pay it off and get that discount. So you have to put more money up front to put it aside. The accountant explained multiple issues or multiple points of counter to what Mr. Francis proposes. He is thinking outside of the box. He has taken initiative as a resident, and some of it might be valid, but some of it just doesn't work in a municipal setting. On that note, we have an executive session, which means you all have to go somewhere, but you don't have to go home.
Thank you.
Good night, all, and thank you very much for sitting with us through the end. At this time, I would move that the board enter into executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiation with non-union personnel or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. The fire chief, as an open meeting, may have a detrimental effect on the position of the public body, and the chair so declares. The chair does declare the board will reconvene in open session for the purpose of adjourning the meeting.
Second.
Motion made and seconded by Mr. Todd. Any discussion? On the motion to enter into executive session, how was your vote, Mr. May?
Yes.
Ms. Graves?
Yep.
Ms. Coover?
Yes.
Mr. Toth?
Yes.
Mr. Bennett is yes.
It's been my office.
No.
Bravo.